And start sharing, and we'll jump right into this. So I will go ahead and share my screen. And so if you don't know how to see my screen, feel free to just double click my name. We're all in the type your first line of code channel, and you could either double click my name or click on the type your first line of code channel, and then there should be a button that says watch stream or something like that. So we have, let me open up the code. All right, so the way we basically do it is I invite everybody into my code editor, and we go ahead and we type some code. It's just going to be HTML and CSS, but Jake and I have been working on this since last week, and it's looking pretty good. We chose the Meetup navigation bar. So if you look at this right here, this is what we chose right here. This Meetup navigation bar. We're just working on the left side right now. So we spent a lot of the week just getting the inputs to look correctly, structuring it and naming it correctly. And then we're going to start working on the right side after we get the left side looking good. And I was thinking, since we have the introduction to JavaScript at 7, that we could begin actually integrating JavaScript into this if you wanted, Jake, because I know you wanted to learn JavaScript as well, at least like some basic JavaScript for now. And there was one thing I wanted to ask you, Jake, before we get started. What was that thing? What couldn't we do we couldn't do something last week, right? Oh, the hover. The hover. We couldn't get it to
like
change.
JavaScript related?
Yeah,
Yeah, it's keeping the color after you hover off.
did we try focus?
I think so.
I think, okay, we'll have to try that. Because I was like, after we signed off last week, I was like, are you sure? I'm like, I feel like there's got to be a way. So I know we tried hover and active. And then I think we tried one other one, but I thought we did target. And I was like, did we even try focus? I know focus is one of the pseudo elements too. So let's try focus today and see if that works. And then, yeah, we'll go from there. All right, cool. So let me invite y'all into my code editor. We got our code here. All right, I'm gonna click the live share link. That'll give me the link for you guys to hop in. Hey, on my screen it's just saying B dot 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 for you. What is your name? I'm just gonna change it so I have something to call you.
Bitsy Star, B-I-T-S-Y-S-T-A-R-R.
Bitsy Star?
Yeah, one word.
All right, cool.
Yours.
Or two. It's just one word? Yeah, whatever works.
Yeah,
Cool, cool.
whatever.
And I could just I'll call you Bitsy. Is that cool?
That's
All right, so if you're looking at my screen, I just went ahead and I posted the live share link right here. So when you click that, you're going to see the browser pop open. And for me, it goes right into Visual Studio Code. Actually, how would you like to join this collaboration session? You have the option of opening Visual Studio Code or continuing with the web. I always just continue with the web when somebody else invites me in. It's just easier. I don't have to open a whole new program. So you see how right above our names, there's, yeah, so you see the type your first line of code channel that we're all in right now? Yeah, the chat, yep. Cool. And then it asks you if you want to continue as anonymous or if you want to sign in through GitHub. I always just continue as anonymous too, but then it's going to ask you what your name is. So I could go ahead and type in Jim, and I'm joining the collaboration session in my browser. So now this one's in my browser. I could just accept. And if I make modifications in the browser, you'll see it happening in my actual code editor. So it's like Google Docs.
It just took me to live share, but there's nothing.
Sometimes it takes a second to load. So while you try to get that set up really quickly, I'm just gonna. I'm just. It opened up your browser, right?
Yep.
Okay, cool. I'm just gonna do sudo focus. Let's see, focus cascading style sheets. The focus CSS pseudo class represents an element such as a form input that has received focus. It's generally triggered when the user clicks or taps on a. Yeah, so I wonder if we tried this one. Let's go ahead and try this one with that background. If we look at our styles.css, okay, so yeah, we do have active. Let's try focus. Yeah, it's still okay. Border color, search inputs. Yeah. Alright. I thought that would work. No worries though. Figured I'd check that real quick. Alright. Bitsy, did you get in?
No, I just have it just says the welcome screen. It just says new file, open folder, walkthrough, like a welcome screen. If I close out of that, then it's just a blank screen on workspace, but not your workspace.
Okay.
Go ahead. I don't want to keep everyone just do it.
Nah, you're good. You're good.
I
No
can see
sweat.
it on your screen.
Yeah, it's all good though. We want everyone doing a little bit of typing, even if it's your first line of code. But go ahead, click and tell me what you see, because sometimes you're just missing like a little pop up or something.
When I click on it, it just says live share workspace. It's a black screen.
And that
It
opened
says
up in your
explore,
browser.
Outline, timeline, commands, go to file.
That's on the left side, right? And then on the top, does it say log in through browser
No.
or log in through
Live
visuals?
share workspace.
Huh. That's interesting. Yeah, you should get something saying, do you actually want to work in this workspace in your browser, or do you want to work in it through Visual Studio Code? Do you have Visual Studio Code?
No.
Okay. All right. Let me ask you, do you have, on the left side it says, what does it say again? Outline and what else?
Hold on, I just got out of it. It says, so I can click out of that first screen. It says outline, and then under that timeline, under Explorer.
And then live share?
Like a bunch of tools. And that's it. Oh, live share. Yeah.
Okay. And then just underneath Explorer, do you see something that says 11/20/2023? No. All right. No sweat. We could just get right to it. I'll try to get you set up for the next event. I'll actually record a YouTube video because I've been planning on doing that anyways for a while, just to show people like setting up Visual Studio Code, navigating the Discord, all that sort of thing. So, yeah. Cool. All right, so we'll get right to it. I'm sharing my screen so you could keep your eyes peeled on this for a while, and yeah, we'll go from there. So basically, if we pull open the browser, I'm going to, we have 4 files we've been working on. We have an index.html. So you can see we've just been building this here. we have our left container, and we have our right container. So if you look at the actual meetup page, this is what we're building. We have, this is our left container, and then we have, this is our right container. And right now we're only working on this left container. So you can see within our left nav bar, we have an image. That's our logo. So we have this logo. We have our search inputs, which is these, which are these inputs here and the search button. Inside we have search events. So you can see we have our search events input, and we have our search location input. So this one right here. And then we have our submit button that just says search for now, but we're actually going to put an icon into it today, hopefully. And that's it. We're just working on that left side. So if I go ahead and I take our index.html and I slide it in, you can see we have pretty close to what you're seeing when you go to meetup.com. So you can see we have the meetup logo. Actually, it's close enough. I do want to import some icons today. Jake, if you want to learn how to do that, there's a library called Font Awesome, I think. You go to Font Awesome. Pretty sure there's icons here. So if we did like magnifying glass, we could find these magnifying glasses here. So if it has Pro on it, then it's one you actually have to pay for. But if it doesn't have Pro, then these are free. And these are SVGs, so we could just load them with SVG right into our HTML, where our magnifying glass is currently. And then I believe
What is
SVG
SVG?
is scalar vector graphics, I believe. It's just an image, basically. An image that's very easy to modify. So like changing the color, changing the size, scaling it up and down is much easier than doing it with a regular image, especially for like icons, that sort of thing. Yeah. So we're able to import it right into our HTML with that. And then for us to actually, if we just took this SVG and we posted it into, let me just do it right now so you can see what happens. Oh, you did? Oh, right here?
Good job, Jake.
I love that encouragement. That's what I'm talking about. You would just actually cut out the whole image, actually. So you would just cut that whole image out.
I just have a Discord question though. Is there a way for me to make just your screen bigger? Or like have it just be you? And
Yeah, so when you see like all the screens, click on the one he's sharing, and then that should make that one bigger.
Oh, good. Okay.
Oh, okay. It is importing it directly in. That's interesting. I thought we would actually have to add the font awesome. Oh, okay, it's pulling it in right here.
So is it already, it'll accept this as like a kind of code, like it recognizes it when we put it in here?
Yes, it is. Sometimes when you import something from an external library, you actually have to add it to the top of the HTML file with a link. Link and import, just a link. Basically, when you link, you're importing everything from that library into, or at least access to that library into your HTML file. But we have in this SVG the actual location, so we are good.
So would there be an issue that could you potentially download something that's really like not great, like that corrupts your computer or file or something?
Yeah, if yeah, I want to
I'm guessing yes, you could.
Yeah, I wouldn't use any untrusted libraries for sure. Like anyone who doesn't have a good rating or anyone that only a small number of people are using, unless you know the people who created it and you know that they have security in mind. Um, yeah, yeah. Use reputable libraries, and even still, reputable libraries sometimes have what would you call it, Jake? An attack vector or something? An attack vector, like a way that you're not really as secure as you think that you are. So definitely the more reputable the plugins, the more reputable the libraries, the better off you are. So like React.js. React.js is like a framework that was created by Facebook. So you know not only do they have engineers working on this framework, but they have security people working on this framework too. So they're minimizing the your vulnerability to someone with malicious intent. Um, so yeah, if someone's just like, "Hey, try out my new library that I created," I would definitely not do that.
It happens a lot in crypto, right? Like, click on a link and people lose their whole wallet and stuff. So,
I don't trust anything from anybody of people that I even should trust in crypto. Like I get emails from Ledger and I'm like, right in the trash.
You know.
Even though I know it's a legit email, I'm like, no, I can't even trust you guys anymore.
So we have our magnifying glass, and we also need to put our magnifying glass into the search, right? So right here we have our search button, and we want to put that magnifying glass. We want to replace the word search with that magnifying glass as well. So feel free to do that if you'd like, Jake. I'm going to check out these to-dos for a minute. We did that.
What am I doing? I'm replacing the.
We wanted to replace this search with
image,
with the icon. So we have our button here. If I pull up the website we're actually building, so in this input, we have our magnifying glass icon in the beginning of the input. Our button currently says search. We don't want it to say search though. If we look at the Meetup website, this button doesn't say search. It actually has an icon inside of it as well. But this icon that's in the event search input looks identical to the one that's on the search button. So I don't see why not just reuse the magnifying glass and place it inside the button. Already did this. Shape the search button. Add color. Did we ever end up finding the color for the search button? I could check that now.
I can do that real quick.
Yep.
My little color picker.
F65858. Cool. And that is this right here.
Search button.
Search button. Feel free to type that in if you'd like.
Where is that?
I don't even think we have a search button style here. No, we don't. We haven't even created that yet. So let's see. If we look at our HTML, we have our input here, which we're calling search location input, and then we have our button just underneath that. So where would we put our styles for search button?
Right underneath the search location inputs here.
Yes. Perfect.
And color or background color?
Color is going to color text. Background is going to color. Yep. Let's try that out. There you go.
Yay!
Nice. Yeah.
Let's keep her around. Like encouragement. So.
I know, right? I love it. I love it. It's so cool the first time you see something change with code, right?
Oh my god, it's amazing.
Okay, so we have this search button now. We want to make this search button the same height as our input, right? So let me add that to... Oh, you're one step ahead of me. I was going to add it to our task list. Boom. That looks good. Though, when you look at this... Let's just look at this button. Like, what are the differences between this button in Meetup and this button in our code? Like, what are the differences?
Rounded corners.
Okay, so we have...
Icon.
Yes.
Technically, I think color needs to be white, no?
Rounded corners.
Hey, the question mark is right there.
Magnifying
Magnifying glass.
glass, white. The color needs to change, you said?
It looks not. I mean, it's a different color than what's on the Meetup one, but it's fine.
Yeah. Alright, so remove search button. Or remove search text.
Oh, that's
Add.
what you do? Oh, this is
Yeah, add SVG. So remove the search text, add SVG. And it looks like the width looks about the same as the height, right? Make width same as height.
wider. I think it's wider than it is.
What else? Yeah. Yeah, okay. So we have maybe make the width a little bit wider than the height. What else? So even when we remove that magnifying glass, we make the width the same as the height. What else? There's something obvious that's standing out at me where I'm like, oh my goodness.
Padding.
Padding. Padding is one. Add padding. And one more thing. You said border radius, right? Yeah, rounded corners.
The border color.
Border, yes. don't think there even is a border on this one over here. All right, cool. So that's a couple things that we need to do to that button there.
So you can take like to-do notes right in the body of the thing.
Yeah.
It has the exclamation point with that tac. That's commenting out all the code. So it's technically just readable to us, but the software, the computer's not reading that part.
Yep.
You could do it one of two ways. See how he's doing the bracket, exclamation point, tac, and then he's writing some stuff, and then adding tac, and then the caret. He's commenting out each line individually. Technically, you could just put that exclamation point, bang, tac at the beginning, and then add the tac closing bracket on the last line at the end, and then it would comment out all of that. Right, Jim?
Right. Look at, we got a master web developer over here. I love it. Love it, love it. Cool. Yeah, so this is just the comment syntax right here. Less than.
While we're working, he just puts like our brain thoughts down in the commented out code, so we can just see it while we're working.
Okay, so it is like in PowerPoint or you can put or Google Docs or whatever that you can put notes in.
Yeah, exactly. When you get to like working on bigger projects with GitHub and that sort of thing, all this stuff is going to be in the issues section. But yeah, that's a little outside the scope of this event here. All right, cool. So we do have, I guess we could work from our at the top to the bottom. We have remove one border between the two inputs. So we left off right here, and that was this right here. If we compare this meetup input to the one we're building, you can see that the border in between this one, let me zoom in a little bit. The border in between this one, it's 2 pixels, whereas in this one right here, it's 1 pixel. So there's a couple different ways we could do this. Do you have any thoughts on that, Jake?
Not yet, no. I was still working. I thought we were still on the search button. Now we come back to this thing.
Yeah, I was just figured we'd work from the top to the bottom. But do you want to work on the search button first?
No, it's fine. It's fine. I don't care.
It's up to you. So if you look at, what are those 2 elements? We have search events, we have this input right here, and we have this input right here. And the border of this one is 1 pixel all the way around, and the border of this one is 1 pixel all the way around. So on the top left and bottom of this input, it's going to be 1 pixel. On the top right and bottom of this one, it's going to be 1 pixel. But since the right side of this input touches the left side,
0.5 on the right and on the left of the other.
0.5, 0.5, or you could remove like the left border from this one. A couple different ways. So we have search events input and search location input. Search events input. Search location input. So the border on search location input is actually on the input, and the border on this one is search events because we had to wrap up the magnifying glass inside this one. Border.
Where's
Yep.
the dot in front of it?
The dot in front of,
Class.
Okay.
yep.
There's 2 ways to select these elements. One is to use a class, and the other one is to use an ID. Classes can be reused over and over and over. An ID can only be used once, and an ID is going to be an ampersand, whereas a class is going to be a period. Or those are all classes right there. I don't even know if we have any IDs yet.
No, we started with we started with IDs. Moving forward, we'll probably just stick with classes. Typically, I use classes with styling, and I use IDs with JavaScript. But to give you an idea of why we do that, Bitsy. So if I have, let's just say I have element, element, element. So I have like, let's just say I have 3 paragraphs here. And one of their IDs is like paragraph 1. One of their IDs is paragraph 2. Another one is paragraph 3. So if I applied styles by paragraph, each one of these elements have a different ID. So one is paragraph 1, one is paragraph 2, one is paragraph 3. So that means if I wanted to add the same style to all 3 of these elements, I would have to apply the same styles to all elements. Whereas if I had a class of just text or something, I could apply that class to every single one of these, because classes don't have to be unique. IDs have to be unique. So then if I'm able to style each one of these paragraphs, I only have to write the code used for styling the paragraphs one time, because I could target it with just the text. Yeah. And then you could also target, like you see, we have our input. One of our inputs is our search events input. The other one is our search location input. But we also have nav input on both of them. So there's styles that are unique to one input that we want to use this selector for. And there's styles that are unique to this input that we want to use this selector for. But as far as they're both inputs though. And there's some things about these inputs that we want to look the same. And because of this, we also add nav input to both of them. That way, any styles that we want to apply to both this input and this input, we just use the nav input selector. So you could see this is the one that's applied to both of them. Yep. Cool, cool. All right. Looks like we had someone else join us. G, what's going on?
Everyone just says ...
Hello, hello.
Hey, hey. What's your name?
My name is Matthew. Matthew.
How you spell it? Just so I could have something.
M-A-T-T-H-E-W. Last name is U-R.
You don't have to spell out. You don't have to spell out your last name. Did you say Matthew or Nathew?
Matthew.
Oh, okay. I was like, sometimes you mix up the M's and N's. All right, cool. So I'll just put you there so I don't forget your name. Cool. If you want to hop into the code editor and actually type some code out, feel free to just click this link right here. We're all in the type your first line of code chat channel or voice channel. If you hover over the channel right here, you'll see an open chat. And when you click that open chat, you'll be able to click this link right here. And that'll allow you to hop into my code editor and actually type some code. Yep. Are you brand new? Have you typed any code at all?
I'm very brand new. What I've done in the past was I was the first early adopter for AI and music, and now I'm building something different that needs code, and so I'm trying to learn.
Gotcha. Cool. Lots of people interested in AI, man. It's hard to escape that these days, I feel.
Yeah, I started back in 2019 before it was even announced, and so it was pretty neat. And now I'm working on something a lot different that's going to revolutionize that industry.
Oh, wow. That sounds ambitious.
Yeah, just trying to change the world.
What were you working on when you first started?
So we worked on a product called, or it was an app called Legacy,
Mm-hmm.
and it was for pretty much what's been happening now with AI. Changing the likeness, saving the likeness, and changing lyrics to different artists and stuff like that. So we started doing that, and our lawyer Jason kind of effed us by not completing the patent, and now we're in a lawsuit because now everyone's using it.
Wow. Wow.
Yeah, yeah, and so we knew what was gonna happen. We knew that what was happening now in the industry and how artists were not getting paid the royalties. We knew that was gonna happen. We also knew there was gonna be a lot of fake news, and we wanted to kind of not let that happen. And it started happening, and we couldn't do anything about it.
What was the value in that app that everybody was so like that made everyone want to use that
Um,
app?
yeah, so right now there's over. I know now this is back well, 2019. No one ever talked about AI. Um, besides like Tesla, Elon Musk, cars and stuff like that.
Also, if it's
Um,
anything like confidential, you don't want sharing with people, then I want. Okay, cool, cool. Okay, cool.
no, it's cool. Like yeah, the patent it's already we're already in a lawsuit, so it's fine. But yeah, I mean, when it was 2023, I know we got offered $1 million for the patent, and we got
You just dis.
I'm just getting another call. Sorry. So, are you there?
Yeah, yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, so yeah, so we got offered $1 million for the patent because we didn't have the funds to create the legacy app, and we said, okay, oh, we got offered $1 million, why don't we just do it? And our friend said, well, why don't we just wait a little bit, wait until the patent finalizes, and we found out the patent never finalized, not even after a year, and our lawyers kind of ended the call, never called us back, blocked us on every call. Every single time we call him on another line, he doesn't pick up, and it's been like that for the past few years. So now we're finally seeing.
Wow, that's crazy, man. That's crazy.
Yeah,
Yeah, that.
it's really sad. It was sad because like I guess especially what I commend people in this industry or like computer like what you guys do now is very commendable because you guys have a gift and you guys work tirelessly hours, and someone that may have an idea may have a gift but not so much. Um, and so that's the reason why I wanted to learn this because I was just like I have to do something along the lines of that. And right now I'm working on another product, and it hasn't been. We didn't do it. We're doing it different this time. We're not doing the patent. We're just building a community
Yep.
first, and then doing the patent after.
Gotcha. Gotcha.
Yeah.
That sounds cool. That sounds really cool. Yeah, I don't know about if it's a gift. I think it's just hours and hours of strenuous work staring at code, and it's no different than like if you do jujitsu. Nobody's
Yeah.
just
Yeah.
like gifted or amazing in the beginning. It takes
Hmm.
years and years of dedication to actually start developing skills. It's just like being a musician. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, I definitely see musicians who are gifted, and who are musically inclined, but
Right.
hard work beats talent when talent doesn't work hard, man. And you got to put in that time, you got to put in that effort to really, really rise to the top, cream of the crop, man.
And I had a question, Jim.
Yeah, what's
I
up?
know when I looked at when I first signed up, I know it said you can't add anybody, and I know I'm trying to learn code and as well as meet people. Am I still allowed to add people or not right now?
Nah, we don't, because I've had complaints of people who come into the server and just start like sending friend requests to everybody, and that pisses people off. So if you're in one of these events,
Okay.
yeah, if you're in one of these events and somebody and you're talking to me, you're talking to Jake, you're talking to Bitsy, and if you're like, hey, do you want to connect after this? And they're like, yeah, totally fine. That's totally cool. But
Okay.
I just want to make sure that the people you're trying to connect with actually want to connect, because some people just want to do their own
Right.
thing, or so. Yeah, yeah, but yeah. So we're working on this HTML file right now. We have HTML and CSS, and basically what we're doing is we're recreating the meetup navigation. So you can see this is our meetup.
So
Yeah, this is our meetup navigation here. This is the actual meetup navigation here. And right now we're just chipping away, making small modifications here or there until we're slowly at the exact replica of the meetup app. Yeah, and we're going from there. So where were we? Oh yeah, feel free to hop
The
in.
border,
The border. Okay, cool, cool.
the left and right side border.
Remove one border between the two inputs. Okay, cool. So, all right, how do you do it, Jake? Come on, man, you're the pro.
Yeah, about that. So, I guess we've got two solutions right now on the table.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess I could just try and kill, say, the left border.
I think the pixel disappears after a certain size too, so I don't know if the half-half will work, but give it a shot. I actually haven't tried that. My brain just goes to like removing a left border, but yeah, let's see what happens. I'd be curious to see what happens with that. What are we doing? You said, okay, cool.
Left, 0 pixels. I'm gonna try that one first.
Let's see. There you go.
Yeah.
That looks clean. Also, I feel like last week, this input and this input were exactly the same height, but this week, this one looks a little bit smaller. I don't know what changed here. Let me see. We have our search location input, our nav input. Okay. So we set both of their heights to... Okay, yep.
Oh. So the thing I just did the height for, I did 30, not 32 on the search button. Should I make the search button 32 as well?
I think we decided last week that we were going to style their heights separately because of something. What was it? It was something. You asked me specifically, too. You were like, well, should I apply the same height to both of them? And I was like, I forgot exactly what I said. It's something. I can't remember everything, man. All right. So, yeah, I believe we have this nav input class that is going to... that right now has height applied to both the search events.
Applied to both.
Yes. Yes. But there was something, there was a reason why the... Let me check. Let's inspect this really quickly. So we have our nav, image, div. Alright, so we have our div here. Height 32. We have our other input. Height 32. No outline. Border 0 width. Padding is the same too, right? Yeah, padding left. And if we look at our search events div, padding is 0. Padding for the other input is also 0. Yeah, so I wonder why. One is bigger than the other. There doesn't seem to be any reason why one would be bigger than the other. But as you can see, one is definitely bigger than the other. So it looks like it's only 1 pixel bigger on each side. So we can style the heights separately, or
Like, why did we set up the nav input if we were gonna have to do them separate?
because there are
Like,
there are.
what happens if-
Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, like, what if we started messing around with like the nav input? Currently, the height is set to 32. Like, if we say increase that to like 34, is everything gonna move up by 2 pixels independently?
So let's look at the code really quickly, because we could probably make some modification to the code here that will make it better. So we have, let me look at search events.
And does the 1M height on that SVG have anything to do with it? Is that messing up our height?
No, because it was messed up before we even imported the SVG.
Okay.
I think what's happening here is this div. We're adding a border to this or this div right here, search events, and yeah. So the border is being applied to this div right here, and the input is contained within the div. So I believe the pixel that we're seeing is from this div, whereas this input is not inside of this div. So I'm wondering if there's a way where we can eliminate this div entirely, wrap up our SVG, our events input, our location input, and our search button all in one. What do you think about that? And how would you want to do this?
First of all, it's like 4:58.
Oh.
So I don't know if we're gonna have any time to do this.
Oh, okay. Well, then we could think about this and we'll come back tomorrow.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll come back tomorrow and we'll start right here. Because this will be, yeah, this might be just one whole session, like thinking this through.
All right.
Cool.
Can I ask you one question? What are you using to do the code on? Like, I have Windows PowerShell. Does that work?
To do the code on,
Yeah.
where are we actually writing the code?
Yeah.
In Visual Studio Code.
Oh, in where you are. Okay.
Yeah, right in here. So,
that's why you asked if I had
yeah, so Visual Studio Code.
Thank you for getting that TH. Earlier I saw that, and I kept reading through the HTML and didn't see it anywhere. It was to the left of the doc type.
Yeah, I'm like, where is that? Okay, what's this
Yeah,
doing here?
Where's that even coming from?
Cool.
All right, so which one are we going to now? Build a portfolio?
Yeah, so we're going to be working on a portfolio now. This is actually a premium event, so I don't know if Bitsy and Matthew, if you're subscribed or if you did the 7-day free trial yet. But what we're doing...
do that. I just signed up for this.
Okay.
Signed up for this.
All right, cool. We'll see you tomorrow. If
Thank
Yeah,
you so much.
yeah, this is a free event we do every single day, so feel free to pop in.
All right, cool.
Thank you so much, you guys.
Thanks for the support, Bitsy.
Yes, let's get it.
Yeah.
Whole website. Bye.
Yeah. What's up, Tiffany?
Hey, how are you?
Pretty good. Yo, hop into the Build a Portfolio channel, all right? Cool. Someone just hopped into it. Hold on. I'll be right back. Y'all could chat for a minute. Hey, what's going on? I didn't even see someone new hopped in. What's up?
Hey, this is Naveen here.
Hey, how are you?
Very good.
Awesome. We just finished the Type Your First Line of Code event. We're basically creating a clone of the Meetup app right now. We're just working on the navigation. Right now, we're dropping down into the Build a Portfolio with HTML and CSS event. So that's actually a premium event. This one that you're in right now, the Type Your First Line of Code, this is a free one we do every day at 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So if you're interested in that,
That's the one I'm actually interested in.
the Type Your First Line of Code,
No. The HTML and CSS.
build a portfolio with HTML and CSS.
Correct.
Okay, so for that one, you would just go to you'll be able to try out all the premium events for a 7-day free trial, see if you really like it before actually like committing to anything. And in that case, you would just I believe you just click on the channel. Like I believe when you click on build a portfolio, the 7-day free trial will pop up.
Let's see. Okay. Let me try that. So that is outside of Discord, is it?
No, that's right in Discord.
Okay. Let me try that.
Yeah. Yep. Cool.
And then like 2001, I think, 2002. Yeah, that's when I was using Dreamweaver.
Okay. And that's where I started in 2008, doing the web development classes at the Brian. So I started doing the Dreamweaver. So
Just out
started
of
off-
curiosity, when you started, was Dreamweaver owned by Adobe? Because like
Yes.
when I started, I think it was owned by Macromedia, I think it was called. And
Okay.
then Adobe purchased Dreamweaver.
Okay.
Dreamweaver went Adobe by the main 2005. Um,
Yes.
they bought Dreamweaver, Mac OS,
Ooh.
and Windows.
Wow.
And I'm trying to remember, like at first, when I first got started, I want to say that there was two different versions of Dreamweaver. There was one, I want to say there was like a more advanced one if you were like having to connect up databases and stuff like that, and then there was a little bit more of a basic one for just like, static HTML pages kind of thing. It's a bit of a walk
Yes.
down memory lane right now.
Yes. I pretty much just learned the basic. So that was my first time ever using Dreamweaver. So I just think that I just need that refresh because I learned a little bit of SQL, but we just did mostly little assignments here and there. It wasn't really deep into SQL, so we pretty much just did like wireframing in like Photoshop. We did like a little wireframe,
Yep.
and then we just put it together. That was like my final project for my web design class, and I got an AI in that class. But it was like a lot of things they didn't teach us. So I'm like, I just felt like I wasted my time on there because they didn't teach us a lot because I didn't have the experience. Nobody will hire me, even though I had the degree, but because I was still in school and out of school, nobody will hire me because I did not have the experience. Um, and
It's
that's
always
what I'm
fun,
looking
right? Like,
for
how do you
now.
get the experience?
Yes. And it's kind of like disappointing because they want you to have experience, but how can you get a chance when nobody will hire you?
Right.
Especially when you're first out of college or in college, and um, they should be able to help you with internships, and I didn't get that help at all.
Mm.
Right now, I'm just like just going back to school and getting a refresh, and I'm learning Java and I'm learning Python, so I think that's really good to learn too. So I'm pretty much have everything down pat as far as like HTML, CSS, but I just need that help with JavaScript, and then eventually get into React and TypeScript. And so just the different frameworks. So back then in 2010, 2011, they didn't teach us about frameworks. They just taught us the basic HTML, CSS. That's it. So they didn't teach us about the different database like Mongoose and I had never heard of that until I say about 3 years ago. So
See,
I didn't know about.
I think there's a reason for that, and the main reason is like, and I just went and Googled it. Um,
Uh,
all of the frameworks, like I just Googled when did Bootstrap come out, and it was originally released on August 19th of 2011. Like I feel like
Mm.
all of the
wow.
frameworks all came out in and around like '09, 2010, 2011, somewhere in there. Because before that, I don't think that there really were frameworks. We were just
Yes.
kind of doing everything over and over and over, and then these frameworks came out, and I kept hearing a lot of people were using like Bootstrap to develop their websites from. So I think that that's kind of the time frame of when those started coming out.
Yes. Yes. So that's what I said. Hopefully, joining Jim's, boot camp. Hopefully, I get the exposure. And so far, I like the nonprofit navigator. I just need to with school. It's like in a way I will be, on here every day, all day long. But school is just in a way. So I just got two more classes left with the professors, and I'll be done with school.
Hmm. That's cool. Yeah, you come with a good amount of knowledge as well, which is pretty cool.
Yes.
Yeah, yeah, that's nice. You said you went to one boot camp that taught the
Yes.
Python and React.
Yes, the Python, I'm in school right now. I'm learning Python and Java, but I went to a boot camp called Generation USA. I first started off Bootcamp.
Yeah.
Started off Bootcamp. They pretty much just talking, and I just got this, the certification in JavaScript, and pretty much it wasn't. They pretty much just did a lot of talking. It wasn't really hands-on. I'm looking for hands-on type of work. That's the best way I learned.
Mm-hmm.
So then I went to the Sheep Homes boot camp, which is a boot camp that is geared towards women only,
Mm-hmm.
and they have it's called Sheep Home,
Yeah.
and they help. It's like more like a self-paced type of thing, and that is very good. And sometimes they need help. What do you think? They have a Slack where if you get stuck on any kind of coding or anything like that, they have other people of other professionals besides Matt to help you code.
Okay. And how was that one? What was like the best stuff you took from that one?
That was pretty good. I like the different projects, and it's more of a lifetime thing. So I pretty much just pause because I have the next workshop that I have is React.
Mm-hmm.
Then there's another one called She Pose Next. It's like more like I think it's more like React, and he added AI to it, and then he also has like a career type workshop where he helps you with your LinkedIn, so you get all different kinds of instructions on how to set up your resume, set up your cover letter, set up your LinkedIn. So I just made a pause because there was so much to do, and I was in school and I was working at the same time, so I just did a pause. And then later on, I'm hoping this year I'll do it again. It depends on how this boot camp goes, and then I was thinking about doing another one.
Gotcha. What are you doing for work right now?
I do help desk right now.
Okay.
Process.
Are you okay? Are you applying for jobs right now? Like, what's your job application process looking like right now? How many are you filling out a week, or are you even trying to get into the industry right now? How's that going?
Yes, it's going pretty good. I got one recruiter from LinkedIn, but I reached out to him, but it seemed like he's not reaching out back. So I'm just like, okay, I'll just give him a try. But I did a coding project for a company called Fetch Rewards. So it's like a little app that they have. It's like a company. And they gave me a coding exercise, and I was doing it and stuff. I didn't know
I
what.
use Fetch.
Yes,
I use
yes.
it every day.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, it was more like a front end development, and I contacted the recruiter, added her on LinkedIn, and pretty much they was telling me I pretty much didn't know anything. They wanted me to know do some kind of coding in React, but I got some kind of positive feedback, and I got a copy of the code on my GitHub.
Mm.
It's from
Mm.
practice.
How many applications do you fill out a day?
About
10?
5 or 10.
Holy
Yeah.
moly! Those don't they take like an hour to fill out?
But I usually do the easy reply, on LinkedIn, but I was told that you couldn't do that.
Oh, like an instant apply or something? I've seen
Yeah,
it.
it's like
Okay.
an easy apply on LinkedIn. So
Okay.
that's
Gotcha.
something
Gotcha.
you guys how you do it.
I wonder. I just have the sales perspective where when I was managing sales teams, the thing was everybody's number was different, right? Everybody's number was different. And so when someone came onto the team, what I asked them was, how many people do you have to talk to get a sale a day? That's it. It's really that simple. And so people would start off and they'd be like, all right, I'm going to talk to 50 people today. And, it was good. And, they'd get a sale every couple of days, 3 or 4 days. And I was like, okay, how many people do you have to talk to get one a day? What do you have to increase that to get one a day? One a day, every day, consistently. If you get 0 today, 2 tomorrow. Like, we're looking at the month overall. So we're looking at 1 a day for the whole month, 30 a month. What do you have to do? And so they'd increase to like 75. And you know, they would do a little bit better, and then they'd increase to 100, and then they would do a little bit better, and then they'd increase. And it was always like, depending on whether it was the door-to-door team or the teams that we had working in Home Depots and Best Buys, it was different. Like door-to-door, people had to talk to like anywhere from 3 to 25 customers a day, something like that. But it's like, what's your number? So that's why I ask, like, if you're trying to, what are your goals and what's your current number? So if your goal is to get 1 interview a day, what's your number? How many do you have to fill out a day to get 1 interview a day? If your goal is like 3 interviews a week, what's your number? How many do you have to fill out every single? And then you have to start asking yourself, is filling out applications the best method? What other methods are there? How can I network? How can I connect? Because everybody I know who gets the jobs the fastest in the industry, they're not filling out applications until someone they know says, hey, there's an opening here, fill out an application. And they're only filling out applications to the jobs that people are telling them to apply because their network is large, you know? So it's like, there's different strategies to it as well. I was always a brute force guy though. Like I came into the sales industry, and it was always just go out there and grind and hustle, and that's how it comes. And eventually your network starts getting so large that you got people throwing work your way, and 90% of your business comes from referrals. But I think if you don't have that network, it starts with the grind. It starts with the hustle, you know?
Most definitely. I usually get a lot of recruiters on LinkedIn. It's pretty much help desk, desktop support for contracts and contracted hires, and I don't trust those anymore because I have done contracted hires and contracts, and they always tell you, oh, at the end of this contract you'll get hired permanently, and it never happens. I usually, I do what they ask me to do a couple of times, do my work, do what I'm supposed to do, and there's always an excuse at the end of them not being able to bring me on permanently. And I just get kind of like skeptical with contract because, especially when you have bills to pay, you cannot risk being without a job with a contract. So
And those jobs were coding jobs?
most of them was, yes, some were coding jobs, and some of them, majority of them was help desk, desktop support, and then the pay was for desktop support and help desk, pay was low. Most of the time, like this particular person, I only got one recruiter reach out to me about a coding front end position, and I sent my number, I sent my resume, and the recruiter never responded back to me. So
Gotcha.
it's like, okay, let's move on to the next.
Yeah. You can that I've done that before. When I first started, I was like, trust me, this customer, they're so into it, they're loving it, they're saying all good things about solar energy, like they're definitely gonna sign up. And I learned really quickly that you just got to keep it pushing and keep generating, because once you stop generating, that's when your pipeline runs dry. You want to just, everything you do should be filling that pipeline. So everything you do should be generating new leads for jobs. And eventually filling up that pipeline of jobs, if you focus on just filling up that pipeline, filling up the pipeline, and then you only respond when you have to, or really think about a job when you have to, like just focus on generating new opportunities, and they'll come 100%. Yeah, eventually you'll just, if you focus on just generating opportunities, eventually you should have so many opportunities that you can't even keep up with people calling back and like setting you up for interviews. And if you're generating opportunities or trying to generate opportunities and you're not getting those opportunities, you're doing something wrong. You're not generating them properly. And so then you would like figure that out. But first you have to try, and then after you generate some data based on, like, I'm filling out 20 applications a day, I'm filling out 20 instant applications a day, and I'm filling out 3 of the long applications every single day, and I'm still not getting it, and I've been doing this every day for 30 days, then we'd start reevaluating things, and asking more questions. All right, so let's jump into this. So who has a portfolio? This event is about building portfolios. I've been spending my time building Figma design files, so I'm about to upload that to the GitHub right now. Once that design file is in the GitHub, then everybody else should be able to use that GitHub file to and use this design to create their own portfolio. I'm going to continue adding more designs to the different design file options so that, you know, you three have, actually Jake, you were here, so you actually did your own design. I think once we start building out designs for this GitHub, I don't think everyone's going to be building their own design the way that Jake did. I think that people are just going to be choosing which design they want. These designs are simple enough where it's going to challenge you to like write HTML and CSS independently, and it's gonna they're simple enough where you're gonna be able to add your own flair and your own style, your own images, and kind of your own design to it. So the first event that we did, type your first line of code, that's a event that's designed for a whole bunch of people who are brand new to coding to work on a very small HTML and CSS component together. This event is where you start branching out and working independently on your own portfolio projects. So you three will be working on your own portfolio project independently. I'll be here to help you out and ask questions if you run into any obstacles. And then the next event that we're having in about 40 minutes is build multi-page websites with HTML and CSS. So it's going to take it a step further. I definitely want to start including like animations and really nice designs using like the Adobe tools, like the Illustrators and the Photoshops and that sort of thing. I'm not really familiar with those, but I know how to ask the right questions to figure out how to build these designs. But again, with these multi-page websites, it's going to be everybody working on a multi-page website together, but everybody working on their own page. So it takes it from building portfolio projects independently in this event to working on a project together, but still working independently on your own page. And then the next event, Introduction to JavaScript, is we are going to likely today, we're just going to take that Meetup app that we've been building and we'll start adding some functionality into there because we have 2 inputs. And that's a really nice place to start with just entry-level introduction to JavaScript type stuff. But yeah, we'll go from there.
Is that the nonprofit navigator, or is that something different?
No, that one's going to start at 8. So that's going to be the last. That's going to be the last one of the day. And as far as I can see right now, I think Aditya is going to break out and he's going to start building some more advanced functionality for the search form. I actually built a Google replica over the last couple of days so I could just understand exactly what he's trying to do and the best way to do it. I think for him that would be really cool if he's able to. There are tools for search like Elasticsearch and other frameworks that you could use for search, but he's also really good at data structures and algorithms. Like he was showing me a hard problem yesterday with like very, very advanced techniques, and he's really good at that. So I think if he's able to replicate like one of the more advanced search algorithms on his own, that would be really cool. You know, that would be really, really cool. And then that would separate Nonprofit Navigator website from the other nonprofit sites where it's like we have our own unique search that's designed specifically for volunteers. And then we'll have the other group working on just like HTML and CSS, like the newer people.
So, I mean, because I have a portfolio, but it's pretty much, I just copy it from a template, so it's pretty much, I have my own hosting site, and
Mm-hmm.
I have a portfolio with a template, but it has no code. It's pretty much just Elementor and WordPress, but I'm interested in to see what design you have.
Okay. Yeah, I'll share the design with you and just show you this one. I'll go ahead. I want to think of a way because I'm trying to figure out the best way to add it to the GitHub repo right now. I think I'm just going to do a design directory and have all the designs stored right in there, but I'm not positive yet. I'm going to go ahead and share the design with everybody here. Um,
Actually going to send you my
yeah.
portfolio.
Yeah, that'd be cool. So I just went ahead and shared my screen. Feel free to, if you can't see my screen, just click on the build a portfolio channel, and then you should see a button that says watch screen, or you could just double click on my name. We do have a new person here, though. You made your way in. Cool, cool. NNK, what's up?
Hey, this is Naveen. I'm
Can
doing
you
well.
can you spell that for me, just so I don't forget? What is
It
it?
is Naveen.
Naveen?
It's a rather, yeah,
Okay.
rather long last name, so I just abbreviated.
Cool, cool. Yeah, that works. Awesome. Welcome, welcome.
Yeah, thank you.
Cool, cool. How long you been coding, Naveen?
I have been coding for 20 plus years, so
Wow,
mostly
wow.
backend, but mostly backend, and I've always wanted to have a front end, you know, side of it, and I never. I mean, I've got all the books and stuff, but I just never could get in because I get into HTML and CSS and JavaScript, but somewhere along the line, because there is no group that I work with, I try to do it on my own. And eventually peters out because some other houses work commitment comes up.
Yeah, yeah. I hear
I
that.
figured I might as well join some group and do it with them, so that way I learn this.
Cool, cool. Welcome, welcome. I did the same thing where I just kind of strayed from the front end for a long time and just learned like Docker and different architectures and microservice and like a whole bunch of back end stuff. And then I'm like, I
Right.
just prolonged it for so long. And then I'm like, man, yeah, let me
Yeah.
circle back and learn this stuff. It's nice to know, you know.
Yeah. Same thing happened. Yeah.
Cool, cool. All right, welcome. Were you gonna say something before we got started?
I actually wanted to give one tip to Tiffany
Yeah.
about job searches, right? So the IT side of things, I feel the contracts and the temporary jobs are actually better, in my opinion. You probably don't want to not take it because that builds your portfolio
Mm.
of jobs. And I've always been a consultant, so contractor. So that actually works out better for me. So I feel, in my opinion, that is better than actually a permanent job. Because permanent job, if you work there for more than 3 years or God forbid 5 years, you really have become obsolete, in my opinion, right? Because things have changed. IT things, software things change so frequently. You might be actually better off just looking for just temporary contract jobs. Just FYI, that's I think.
Thank you very much.
Sure.
Hmm. Oh. Oh my goodness. That's what I was. Yeah, I'm looking at your portfolio right now. So you basically just copy and pasted a template here, right?
Yes, and then I just added everything else. Like I created the logo.
Uh
So
huh.
I created the logo on Canva. The TC logo, I created that on Canva. And then I just pretty much just added everything. This is like a template. I created that. And then I pretty much just, it's all used with Elementor, so it's no kind of code on it. So these projects right here, the karate project and the typing game and the sloths is the ones that I created, and then those are just like part of the template that I have to change.
Mm.
The sloth is the one that I created. That was part of the sheep hose bootcamp. Um,
Okay. Nice, nice. Cool.
okay, and
So in
then
I
uh-huh.
go ahead, keep going.
Oh, the karate. If you go up a little bit, the karate. That was part of like a hobby.
Oh,
Wait a minute. Hold
Oh, I'm not hiring you now.
No.
I'm just playing.
I actually had to do some. I had to do some pretty much like divvy it up a little bit, make some changes.
Yeah, yeah.
So um, I just did this as far as like practice, because like most jobs I see, they want you to know about WordPress and about Elementor and about plugins. This is pretty much like practice for me. Um,
Mm.
it's more like a practice, and then I wanted to actually get into the coding part.
Mhm. Mhm.
So yeah, so the logo is the, I don't know if it's too small, but the logo is the one I created in Canva.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I like this. I like this portfolio. I think is your goal to get a WordPress job, or are you trying to get like a front end job where you're coding HTML and CSS, JavaScript from scratch kind of thing? Like, what are your goals?
Mostly it's to get a front end development job, but I eventually want to get into the full stack because I want to learn about the back end too. But I just want to do a little bit at a time.
Mhm. Mhm.
Just get a refresh. Like I pretty much know about HTML, CSS. I just need that push with JavaScript and React because most of the jobs that I see, and that's why I haven't really applied because I don't have that knowledge yet. So they pretty much want you to learn about React, TypeScript. They want you to learn about Multipage, um, other frameworks, pretty much in something called CI, CD. Um,
Yeah.
some want you to know about the back end too. So
Yeah. I'd say if anyone's trying to push a specific framework on you, or like if they're like you need to learn React or you need to learn Mongo or you need to learn this framework, I feel like that's all marketing at the end of the day. Like, you don't need to learn Mongo, you need to learn database management systems. That's what you need to understand, because once you understand database management systems, then it doesn't matter whether you're using Mongo or Postgres or SQL or SQLite or local storage, or it doesn't matter what storage method you're using. You're going to be able to apply these database management system concepts to any storage system. But there are some frameworks that have amazing marketing, so you get that message that like everybody needs. If you know JavaScript, you need to learn React, Node, and Mongo. Like, that's the message that we get. You know what I'm saying?
uh huh.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Give me just a moment. I'm actually disconnecting from my desktop. I'm gonna log back in from my phone.
Cool, cool,
Okay.
cool. Yeah, I like this portfolio though. Honestly, I think it would be a nice challenge for Tiffany to actually recreate this portfolio just with code. Because you have on the top, you have your navigation, similar to the meetup one we have with the logo, and then this right here, which is cool. It has animations right now, but she doesn't have to add the animations right now. She could just uh, have like basic functionality, because that like shadow overlay that comes out, that's pretty cool. And then when you refresh this page, you got animations, but obviously it starts with just adding the divs, adding the content, and then slowly adding the animations, which I would consider more advanced HTML and CSS. But this is a good portfolio. I really like this. I think it would just be really cool if I was hiring for a front end position job and you said you used a template, then I'd be like, oh, okay. Like, as long as you have other projects that are like that show your skill, then no big deal. But if you're able to tell me, yeah, I built this portfolio from scratch, HTML, CSS, I added animations in there. I know you have that hands-on. I know you could code in HTML and CSS and add these animations as well. I'm not worried about you actually doing any HTML or CSS in the job.
Yes, this is pretty much no code. So it's pretty much WordPress. So I was just trying to like just practice a little bit because I started off with getting my own website and then the host website. So it's pretty much just practice.
Yeah. So let me ask you this: would you be willing to recreate this portfolio in just pure HTML and CSS, and I'll guide you along the way if you encounter anything you can't do?
Yes, that would be great. Yes, I would love that. That's something that I want to do to kind of stuff.
So I would say step one, I would say just create the divs and add like a dummy background color to them. So like you have your navigation here with one element here and one element here. So just work on layout, the placement of different things. And we also have a mobile and we have a desktop version. So I'd say start with mobile.
Okay.
You have your navigation, you have your logo, you have this click, right? This hamburger menu. And I wouldn't even say like you don't even have to put the image in there. You don't even have to put the hamburger in there yet. You could literally just put like a small box with an H. Just position things properly. Then you have this div right here with border radius, an image here, and then text, and then also element. So like putting in the elements, but you don't necessarily have to fill in all the details of the elements. The most important part for step one is just layout, getting everything right as far as responsive design. Don't like worry about actually importing the images. You could literally just create a div to represent this image, apply the border radius to the left and the right, just so everything looks proper as far as the layout goes. And then same thing with this, just create a div that's the same size. Same thing, you have your div, just literally creating the layout, and then you'll focus on actually adding the real content. Once you have something responsive and the layout looks good, then we could think about adding the actual content. That'll be a good like starting from zero code to building your own portfolio. Because when you could just focus on the layout and not have to worry about any of the content, you're gonna be able to. You're basically breaking down this problem into smaller steps where you're focusing just on layout and the containers that are within the website, and then we'll shift over to content. We'll start importing images. We'll get like your name, colors, all the details, and then after that, once you have a responsive website with all the content, then we'll think about animations. So the more advanced features.
Sounds good. And what about the picture? Is there like something that have like a professional type picture, or those pictures are okay?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, you don't even really have to think too much about the pictures right now. Like, let me go ahead and just create an index.html right here. So if I was gonna recreate this, I would just do something like this. So I'd be like, all right, so we have our navigation. Let me go ahead and just put the HTML in here.
That's the boilerplate, right?
Yeah, that's the boilerplate. So Tiffany portfolio. And
Actually, I'm on my phone. So would you be able to send me a copy of that?
this boilerplate.
No, the HTML or the index that you're starting.
Yeah. You got Visual Studio Code, right?
Yes, but I'm actually on mobile. I'm getting off of work right now. So I'm just everything.
Yeah, I'm just giving you an example right now of how I would kind of like step through this. So just take a quick look. So I'd create a navigation bar. I would give it. I wouldn't even give it any class because I'll be able to target the navigation. Will be alone, and then it looks like we have a main section that contains a bunch of divs, and then a footer, right? So we have our main, and then we have our footer. And then I break down what's actually inside of our navigation. So inside of our navigation, I'm just going to use divs for now. And I'm going to call this logo. And then we have another div that is just hamburger. And then inside our main, we have, I'll just do like 3 divs for right now. We have class We'll just call it main image. We got another div, which is a little bit smaller, and it's like rotating text. And then I'll just say this one right here. We have div.credentials. So I have these divs, and then if we go down to footer, we have same thing. We have a logo, so I could just copy and paste that. And then we have a little we got two. We have a navigation, and then we have like a copyright. So I'll just say div navigation and div copyright. So boom. Now I have basically all the elements. Like I left out some of the elements in the main. You would actually include all of those, but just for the sake of time, I'm just adding that right there. So if I come back and look at this, they're all divs, so they don't have any content inside of them. Let's just put some words in so we can see them. Main image, rotating, credentials, same thing, logo, navigation. Eventually this will be broken down into like 1, 2, 3, 4 elements, but right now we're just creating the layout. And then copyright. So we come back over here, you can see now we have everything. Let me go into mobile view, because you're actually going to be starting is mobile. And so what I want to do is I just want to add some basic styles. So if I do style.css, I imported my style.css. So first I want to get the nav matching this nav. It looks like the nav is, you know, about 20%. So we'll just go with nav height. Let's just say 50 pixels for now. And I'm just going to do a background color so I could actually see it. We'll just say like red, something totally random. So 50 is a little small. Let's go with 100. And that's good. I'll say 120. Yeah, so we have our navigation right there now. Inside our navigation, though, we have two components. We have a logo and we have our hamburger menu. So we want our, right now, if you look at your elements, you have your nav. One is a block element, so it's spread across the whole top. The other one is also a block element, so it's spread across the top. So I want to apply, I believe, just flexbox to the nav. So if I do display flex, then they should be side by side now. Now the logo is small though. Like the logo in the real nav is big and the logo here is small. So if I look at the height of the nav, it's 120. Let's go ahead and just do logo height 100. And let me give this one a background color of blue, for example. There. And then since I have a height of 100, I'm also going to give it a width of 100. And now this like represents the logo. So you can see, sort of represents the logo there. Now, let me just do something I do before every single one. Margin 0, padding 0. This will remove from the edges there. If I refresh. So basically I want the logo to be floating in between, and I want this H to be spread all the way on the other side. So I have to add a flex justify content space between, I believe. And that should push them. Yeah, so that pushes them apart. Now you can see I have my logo on the left side. I have the hamburger on the right side, so let me go ahead. I'm only going to do the navigations just so you could see kind of how I'm getting the layout, and then we could focus about the actual content later. So now I have my hamburger menu here, so let me add the styles for the hamburger menu.
Okay.
And this, we're going to give it a background color of, we could do blue too, that works. You can see it now. I'm going to give it a height of, let's just say 30 pixels, a width of 30 pixels, and boom. Now I want to float them down. I want this logo to be in the middle, so I want there to be space on the top and space on the bottom, and same thing with the hamburger menu. I want there to be space on the top and space on the bottom. So I believe it would be, I think it's like align items or align content. Let's see. I think it's align items. There we go. There we go. Yeah, that's good. And then, so it looks like here we have a little margin on the left of this logo. So we just say like margin left 20 pixels, maybe less. Come back over here. Yeah, this probably 10 is probably good. Nah, 20 looks good. All right. And then we also have a margin here, which is probably like 30. So let's just say margin right. And there's different ways to do this too. This is just like what I'm thinking of off the top of my head. And then we come back over here and there. So you have like, you have your navigation layout.
Okay, that sounds good.
And that's good. So just do that with the whole website. Don't worry about like, when I click this, something else happens. What image am I putting in here? Don't worry about importing images. Don't worry about typing your name. You could literally just say first name, last name. Like literally nothing. Don't fill in any content. Just worry about getting the layout good. And then we'll think about doing desktop version. Because desktop once we hit like a certain screen width, we wanted to change it to desktop version, so we'll worry about that. But do mobile for now. And if you run into any issues, just let me know, and I'll help you figure it out. All right? Because your portfolio looks good. It'd just be so much better if you could tell employers like, yeah, I coded this up from scratch. I know how to build HTML, CSS, JavaScript from scratch. That's good. And you could talk about it too, because you actually did it. It's gonna be nice. But yeah, that's that right there. Feel free to just start the HTML and CSS files from scratch, or I could send these files to you just so you have like a boilerplate of where to go from. Yeah, cool. And then it looks like, oh, she dropped off. Jake and Naveen. Jake, are you gonna stick with your portfolio?
The one that I've been doing in Figma?
Yeah.
Yeah, I can, yeah. It's more or less the same as yours.
Yeah.
So Jim, I had a quick question about the HTML and CSS that you put in right now.
Uh-huh.
The logo, the dot logo, and the hamburger, you have those IDs on the HTML, right?
Classes, yes.
So the logo, okay, oh, class, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I've picked it up at various points in the last few years, but yeah, I just wanted to confirm. Okay.
Yep.
So in my case, you can consider me almost a newbie, but someone who has done it before. So I know HTML, CSS, I've done it, but yeah. So what would you propose? Should I just build a website that I have in mind and start building out pieces of it and see where it goes, or?
Yeah. So I'm with. I mean, if you're. Yeah, I mean, if you have a project in mind, definitely build it if you have the time to build it, for sure. Do you have a portfolio yet?
No, I want to get that.
Okay, so this is the portfolio that we didn't design. We just took someone else's design, but we created a Figma file for it. So this is it right here. It's very simple. There's actually a desktop version too. I haven't added that design yet, but it's just name, experience, about. It's like a resume.
Nice.
So, and then you come down, you have your projects down here. A little bit of writing, and then, so it's simple. Like it'll get you HTML and CSS practice. You know what I'm saying?
I see. I see.
Yeah. Have you done anything like this yet?
No. So maybe this is probably a better project for me.
Yeah, so this will get your hands dirty with HTML and CSS, start building that muscle memory. Like how do you actually build something like this? Tiffany's is a little more advanced because she has JavaScript in hers. Even though it's just a small amount of JavaScript, it's definitely a little bit more challenging. But
Okay. The question I had was for tools, Visual Studio Code I've got installed. Other than that, what would you recommend?
For Visual Studio Code, I guess there's some plugins that would be useful, like the Emmet plugin. Yeah, as far as Visual Studio Code and GitHub, you're pretty good to go.
Okay.
Oh, and live server. Yeah, because you saw when I kept refreshing over and over. With live server, you don't have to do that. Once you save, it automatically refreshes for you. So it just makes development a little bit easier.
Nice. Okay.
And then if you're just using HTML and CSS, yeah, that's pretty good. There might be some extensions that you encounter that are useful as well. But that's pretty much going to make development pretty smooth for you.
Okay.
Yep.
So I'm going to play around with these tools. I also joined Discord today, so that's why it took me a few seconds to figure out how that whole thing works.
Yeah.
So I'll figure out a few of these things and start working on the Figma file.
Cool. Sounds good. I'm gonna post. I'm gonna go ahead and I gotta figure out how to export Figma files because I'm newer to Figma. So let me figure out how to export files from Figma, and then I'm gonna add the Figma design to the GitHub repo. That way you could just choose whatever design you want and clone it to your computer.
I see. And Figma has a desktop tool. Is that a tool or?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. It's right here. So. Yeah, export frames to PDF. That's probably, let's just try it. Hey. That was hard, man. Alright, so I have my PDF here. That's one PDF, so let me go ahead and just slide that. Into there. Cool. I just gotta make sure that shows up. So let me do design 1. Put that there. I'm just gonna push this to GitHub really quickly to see if it works. All right, let's see what this looks like. Designs. Cool. That's big. Oh. Yeah, there's got to be a better way to do this. I'll figure that out. I'll do that. We got a couple more minutes here, so I'm going to spend some time tomorrow figuring out how to upload these photos in a way that is not big like this. All right, cool. And then for now, in case anyone wants to actually just work on this, like tomorrow during the day or on off hours, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to share. Copy link. Can access. All right. So I'm going to share this link in the chat so that I know, Jake, you have the same design as me basically, but this will allow you to see my design. You could work off either one. They're basically identical. Yours is probably a little cleaner than mine. You've been using tools like Figma, right? Before this? Like maybe not Figma, but definitely tools like Figma though, right? With the web design stuff?
No, remember I said I hadn't used like Adobe XD and that I usually just did stuff on the fly with the Divi theme.
Yeah, that Divi. That's the one that you recommended. That's similar to Figma, right?
No, I mean it's a web development drag and drop framework that sits on top of WordPress. It's a page builder.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I feel like you can prototype stuff up really fast. You can swap out the icons. You can rearrange them. With the advent, or since we can drag and drop stuff, I just feel like it's a lot different than back in the day when you had to jump into the code and cut the HTML and paste it in somewhere else. You know what I mean? Like now, like literally the client's like, oh, can we put that above this? And I'm like, yeah, one sec. Click, drag, done.
Yeah.
Similar click and drag to the whole Figma stuff. And then say I get one of the blurbs done, and then I want to have 6 blurbs. I just duplicate it 5 times, and then I drag them into place, and then I just click to swap out the image. Like, I feel like it is. I can do I can do 50 to 70% of what Figma does, but actually like be doing the actual HTML.
Yeah. Okay.
Back 20 years ago, or 10, 15 years ago, like maybe 20 years ago, I saw a really big benefit to these design comps and Figmas or XDs or whatever type softwares to quickly get to that, but I don't know.
Yeah.
Like if I were designing like a UI for like a piece of software or something, then yeah, I would probably use something like Figma, but I feel like to do a design comp or a layout for a design comp, like I might as well just use the divs, put in the background images, put the text on top of it. Like it's almost the same work.
Yeah, I Googled Divi after you told me about it, and then it started showing up on like YouTube and Facebook. Like it was in all my ads, man. Like thanks a lot, Jake. All right, so yeah, we'll hang out for a couple minutes. We're gonna get the next one started soon. Multi-page websites. So in this event, we're gonna choose something and we're gonna build it, but everyone's gonna have the opportunity to build their own page. So there's a lot of simple pages out there. I say we choose something a little bit more complicated. Like I was looking at.
Out of curiosity, but isn't the portfolio that we're building, when you put it in desktop view, isn't that, like, I feel like that's all work that we still have to do. Couldn't you just use that one? No.
Which one?
Brittany's page. desktop view with the radial in the background. I just feel like it's a little bit different. Like if you go to her website, desktop view.
Her actual website and desktop view. And you're saying, what do you?
I feel like isn't that kind of close to what you're trying to go look to find right now? Like a one page.
Yeah, but that's a portfolio.
Right, and what are you trying to find?
Just yeah, so with the first event, it's everybody working together on small components. This portfolio event is for independent work. So like you working on your own portfolio, Tiffany working on her own portfolio. Whereas the multi-page event is going to be everybody working on the same site together, their own page. And I'm going to show you what's a little bit different about it. So we're actually gonna be navigating between pages with HTML and CSS, but we're gonna be using HTML files to do that navigation, and we're gonna be using anchor tags. So instead of using an anchor tag, you know, anchor tags where you link out to another website. Instead of using the anchor tag to link out to another website, you're using the anchor tag to link to the same website. So it's gonna give all of you an opportunity to actually start getting hands-on experience with more challenging stuff than a simple portfolio. The portfolio is simpler. It might not seem like that to someone who's newer or newer to HTML, but it's definitely simpler than what I'm talking about. The multi-page website, I want to use that as an event for like, this is the last that you need to master HTML and CSS. So this is one where I really want to focus on everybody fine-tuning and mastering the skills of responsive design and beginning to add in more advanced features like animation. You know? But yeah, I was just looking at this page right here, which is a very, very detailed and complex site.
Jammer,
You
I
went
will
to
see
the-
you at 8 o'clock.
What's up?
I will see you at 8 o'clock. I'm headed to school right now.
Okay.
See you at 8.
Okay, cool. Have a good night.
Thank you.
Yep, thank you. See you. Cool, cool. Yeah, so this would be one page. This would be one page. Like Jake, you'll be working on this page. Does it seem like too much?
No. It's just repeated blurbs over and over and over.
Blurbs?
Blurb, an icon with a short thing of text.
Advertisements. True. I never realized how many advertisements were in here, actually.
No, but like all those right there, like you just passed 8 of them. Those are all blurbs.
You're saying these right here?
Yeah, like Divi, for example, where it has pre-constructed data sets, it would define that as a blurb. An image, you could pick a headline text, and you could pick like a button maybe, or blurbs are like short chunks of data that link off to bigger pieces of data.
Oh, okay, that makes sense. I typically call them components.
Yeah, except for me, in my mind, like I would think of like scroll down, like I feel like we could find other components that are not blurbs,
Like
that, right?
this one?
Like it looks like a slider, maybe, or what that is. Maybe it's just an image.
Yeah.
Now button. Like I would look at that as a component.
Same.
And Divi, those are all like, for example, if I was trying to do that one right there, the component that I would pick would be image.
Yeah. Banner.
Yeah, they don't have banner, but yeah.
Yeah.
I'm just doing the correlations to what like Divi
Yeah, you're teaching us the Divi lingo. Yeah, okay, cool, cool. Yeah, this one has a lot. So this is one page, one developer will do one page, and then another page would be the news page. So what's similar among pages? What's different among pages? What's similar, clearly, is navigation. So the navigation is similar across pages. Scores. This is a whole nother page right here. So this event, I really, well, alrighty then. This event, I really want to challenge everybody to work on a page themselves, but also this event is going to be, so like the first event, we're all working on HTML and CSS through my code editor. Type your first line of code, everybody hop into my code editor, brand new, you don't have to know any technologies, you can start typing HTML and CSS day one. This one is, and I'm planning some YouTube videos for each one of these events just so everybody could see what each event does and what you're going to be learning in each event. This event, you build a portfolio. You're not going to be working on a team like you were in type your first line of code. You're actually going to start working independently, so you could actually start developing the ability to just type in HTML and CSS by yourself. This event is also going to give you an opportunity to start learning GitHub. So creating your GitHub account, making pushes, making pull requests, but working independently with just, guidance. If you run into any issues, I'm here. I'll help you through it. The multi-page websites is when you start taking your GitHub and collaboration to the next level because you're not working independently anymore. You're working on a larger website with multiple other developers. So this is where you really start branching out into learning skills like teamwork. And there's more, but that's like the basic of the first three events. The introduction of JavaScript is similar to the type your first line of code. So we'll be hopping into my code editor just for, everybody working on very small JavaScript components together. And then we start branching out to like the coding bootcamp. I'm going to be adding an intermediate JavaScript and an advanced JavaScript in the next couple of weeks, and the coding bootcamp is actually just going to become like not something that's scheduled. It's just going to become something that people become a part of. But they kind of you have to have these skills of these 6 events that we're going to have to join the coding bootcamp essentially and start working on real world projects. So I think you could see where I'm going with this, Jake.
Yeah.
Hey Jim, I had a quick question.
Yes, sir.
My code editor, is that something? It's a product, or do you mean your code?
Just my code editor.
Code editor.
Yeah, Visual Studio Code.
So we will be coding on that, you're saying, or
So for the first event, type your first line of code with HTML and CSS. Yeah, we're all just hopping in my code editor because I don't expect people who never typed a line of code in their life coming to a free event to like download a bunch of technology to get involved,
so we connect to your code editor? I mean,
Yeah.
I'm just curious, how would we do that? Through Discord or?
No, through LiveShare. So I have an extension called LiveShare. It's right here. It's created by It's a plugin created by Microsoft, and then I just send everybody the link. You click the link, and then you're able to hop into my code editor the same way that you hop into like Google Drive. So when you make changes, I can see the changes happening on my screen. I make changes, you can see them happening on your screen. It's really great collaborative tool.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, it's fun.
Okay.
It's cool. So we'll get started in a minute. I gotta run to the bathroom. I'll be right back. All right, guys.
Okay.
Feel free to check out some websites because I'm not heart set on NFL.com. I do want to encourage people to choose a more difficult website, something that's going to push everyone to their boundaries. I don't expect like newbies who have never typed a line of code to be doing this one on their first day. I expect, people in the type your first line of code to, come a few times, and then eventually they build their portfolio. And when they have their portfolio, then they join this event so that they're ready. I'm not saying that they can't join, But I'm saying this is one for like once you have your portfolio, you've built a couple components with the group, you have some good hands-on experience, then it's time to really start working on something a little bit more complex with animations or just responsive design, but on a team as well. So you start learning GitHub too. So I'm not like heart set on a website. If you guys want to choose something unique, if you have something in mind, that's totally cool. But cloning something that already exists, like just building a replica of like a Facebook or an NFL.com or a CNN.com or whatever, it's just like it takes a lot of the planning out of it, and we could just get straight to coding, you know.
So Jim, would you recommend that I join the first line of code and build a portfolio there and then come to this event?
I would say if you have some HTML and CSS experience, I'd say you're cool building a portfolio. I think you're definitely ready for this one. Yeah.
Okay.
But I'll be back in a minute, and feel free to hop down into the Multipage website channel.
Okay.
What's up? What's up? All right. Which one do you guys want to do? Hello.
You mean build that entire website using HTML and CSS, or just the anchor links?
Yeah, so we'll build the whole website using HTML and CSS, and we'll navigate between pages with the anchored links. So as far as like which website do you guys want to work on, that's up to you. Once we choose a website, I'm going to go ahead and add it to GitHub. So I'll walk you guys through cloning the GitHub repo if you don't yet know how to do that. If you do already know how to do that, then I'll just share the link with you and you should be good to go. And then I'll just walk through a little bit about contributing on a group project together too. But yeah, so this is the first time I'm actually hosting this event. It's been something I've been planning for a while. This is the first time we're doing it. So I guess for this group right here, it's just picking a website that you want to create. And sky's the limit. It all depends on what you want to do, you know.
I guess your choice is good, actually. I mean, you want something complex, so that seems pretty complex for me at least.
The NFL.com. You got thoughts on it, Jake? Any websites you like? I mean, we could do like the Apple website. We could do like what's a product you guys use, or what's a tool you use, or yeah, we could do anything.
Well, I'm looking mainly because I hate the NFL website. Like I hate everything across the board about the NFL. Nothing I like about the NFL. And then like I love Apple, but I don't love what they've done to their website in the past like 5 years kind of thing, 4 or 5 years. I'm not a big fan at all. Then I went looking at, I thought like, oh, maybe if I just pulled up like the Netflix Breaking Bad page, maybe that would be kind of cool, but it wasn't, in the sense that like they have the whole page, it looks like, showing in a modal window, and there's nothing really more than the video at the top and the description and then just the episode. There's not too much to it. I'm still looking right now.
What sports do you like? Do you like any?
No. Not at all. I mean, I grew up in Canada, so I kind of like hockey a little bit.
Yeah.
I think like sports are just stupid. Like I feel like people that get into sports are even dumber. Like I feel like the fact that people scream at televisions on Sunday for a team that doesn't give a shit about them. You know what I mean? Like to me, I feel like hello people. Did you guys ever see the decline of the Roman Empire? Do you guys see any correlations here, people? Like, but
That is
sure,
true,
yeah. Go NFL and go Taylor Swift and go all that. There's bigger problems in the world than what they do for the amount of money and the people and all that gets involved in the whole NFL thing. I just think is a little silly.
Yeah.
We're a bunch of dudes in tights chasing a pigskin ball.
Yeah. I feel that way when I watch like a movie on Netflix. I'm like, what did I just do with the last 2 hours of my life?
So you're not watching the right movies, but
True. Everyone's always asking. True. You've made a few references. And I'm like, wait, what? What's going on here? Yeah, you guys send me. I gotta have my Jake file too, so I'll start building up like the good movies. Yeah. Send them my way, bro. Send them my way. So, yeah. All right. So I mean, there's no rush. We could find one that we like, and then we'll go from there. What's up, Parker?
How's it going? I have good news.
What's your good news? You got the job?
Got the job.
Nice. Nice.
It's a sales job at a finance company. I got the offer today, and I'm so excited. It's like
That's so cool, man. When do you start?
It could be whenever, so probably in 2 weeks.
Yeah, awesome, man. Have you done sales before?
Not at all. So that's my first question to you: is how can I be the highest performing sales rep in the shortest amount of time? It's all just numbers.
Bro, I got you, man. We'll talk offline.
I'm all ears. Thank you.
Cool, cool. But honestly, Parker, you got what it takes. I know that for a fact. You know, when you were up here in Connecticut and you know, you're like, hey, I talked to the chief operating officer at the makerspace and he's interested in letting us meet there for free. I'm just like, dude, how did you connect with this guy? How do you just like find your way into communicating with these decision makers? And you just always had a natural talent for that. And then I was like, you know, he did it with makerspace. You do something one time, maybe it's luck. But when you do something multiple times, it's actually a skill that you have. And then you told me about when you first moved to St. Louis and you were talking to the nursing home that your grandmother's going to, and how you got a meeting with, who was it? It was someone who was higher up, right? Like the person who owns it or what?
Yeah, the owner of the nursing home who was in Denver, Colorado. So I flew out there to talk to him about a software project I'm making, which is I'm still like developing, but it's like I want to be like a consultant.
Yeah, yeah. And then you told me that story. I'm like, man, you just have a natural way of finding out who the decision maker is, getting meetings with them, and like just talking to them. And you're a cool guy, man. So I know you personally. I know you're a good dude. I know you got a good heart. I know you have good intentions. I know you wouldn't sell someone something that they don't need. And man, that's so key right there. You got everything it takes. So I'm excited to see how you do there.
Thank you so much. And first, like my role, I'm selling payroll software, and ideally, you know, my main initiative is building software. But because of my technical skills background, I said, all right, first understand the product and selling, and two, understand the customer.
Yeah, yeah. That's what it comes down to, man. When I first started sales, I was like kind of desperate. I was just trying to sell as much to as many people as possible. But once you actually get some skill and once you start figuring it out, getting better, you realize that you don't have to do that. You don't have to like you don't have to try to convince people to buy something. Like I remember I was trying to convince people to buy solar. And even if their house wasn't perfect, even if they had trees on their property and like some shade on the roof, I was still trying to convince them to buy solar. And then I realized like, that's so dumb. I don't want to try to like convince people to buy it. Look, I realized after a while, either you're good for this or you're not. Either you're a good fit for this or you're not. It's my job to see if you're a good fit for this. If you're not a good fit for this, I need to tell you immediately, hey, I understand you like solar. I understand I want to help you out, but there's nothing I could do for you. I wish I could, but there's nothing I could do for you. And you just got to let them go. And then the people who do qualify, even if they're like, no, I'm not interested, it's still my responsibility to make sure you know what's going on. So look, you don't have to buy today. I'm not even expecting you to buy anything today, but it's my job to let you know what we have. So just so you know, and then I just let them know what's available. Kind of like it's my job to just communicate information so you know what's available. And if you decide to come back, that's on you, but I gotta at least let you know, you know.
Yeah, it seems like sales is such a great feedback loop where you're able to improve on yourself quite quickly when you start looking at last month, next month, and whatnot.
Yeah, depending on the type of sales that you're in. But basically what we're
Downside is like starting holiday season. People like call me after the holidays.
Yeah. Christmas coming up. So what we're doing here is this is the first time we're running this event. So we're looking for a website right now to replicate. Everybody's going to get their own page. So someone's going to get the home page, someone's going to get the contact, someone's going to get the about, or whatever this website happens to have as far as pages to navigate to. And yeah, everybody's going to have a page, and I'm going to create a GitHub repo. You will clone from the repo, and yeah, we'll work on this project together. So I know Jake was looking at pages. Naveen said he's pretty much down for whatever we choose, and I was looking at a couple websites as well. I pulled up NFL.com. Jake's not into that one. Not a big fan of the NFL. It is complex, so we are looking for something that's complex. It's actually very complex, though. For
A lot of ads.
it's so true. Yeah. So we're just looking for a website right now. Yeah.
Website?
Yeah. Totally.
It's called carcomplaints.com. It's kind of like a forum, but like a guide where you buy a new car and like say you're buying a cool Corvette, and if you want to know like, the year and make and model of like what has come from, so you're more informed. And it has a pretty typical website feel to the homepage and whatnot. You dig into it, it's got a few pages to it. That's my recommendation.
Huh.
Out of curiosity, how did you think or come up with this?
With that website?
Yeah, carcomplaints.com.
Well, so my friend and I, so my friend is a car head, and he wants to make a website that's much better than that. Because he started looking around, and he started telling me about this idea where he wants to create something much bigger. And then I'm like, there's not something already available? That was my first thought. And then once I started looking, there's not really. There's other websites for other purposes for cars, buying, selling, whatever. But for like his main thing that he's been into cars for a very long time, buying, selling, whatever. But there wasn't like a Wikipedia of cars out there. There's similar ones, but not really. So I was like, interesting. So I'm like, so I told him maybe we can build one.
Got it.
I like this. What I like most about this that just stands out is if you're looking at my screen, see the navigation bar, how it's black? Well, it actually has, am I? Oh no, I'm not. Sorry.
The only thing that confuses me about that website is I think the owners are the state of Vermont. I think. Also, I'm trying to figure out who's the owner of the website.
Why, you're gonna reach out to them?
Well, yeah. I also want to see like, hey, like, did they stop development of it? Like, what was like some common issues around just kind of like because this competition is always healthy. So it's like I don't want to copy the website. I just want to. There's some things I like and things I don't like about it.
Yeah, to build something better.
Yeah, exactly. This is the first version. Their website, then I'll make my version.
So what made you?
They're still pretty active on it. Like I'm seeing blog posts from November 25th, November 21, November 1, October 17th. Like somebody's still at the helm there.
Yeah, so search for I'm trying to find like a car, like a 2009 Corvette GL6.
This one will be fun. I think this one would be fun to convert into a JavaScript page because you have on the home page the select your vehicle. When you click Acura, it brings you to a page that you browse problems by model. So yeah, this is gonna require definitely some advanced functionality. Obviously, with HTML and CSS, we're just building it, just pure brute force building it. But it could definitely be converted into something with JavaScript that's dynamic, and this page is determined by what you clicked, sort of thing.
Are you looking for a more simple website, like less JavaScript, or just more pure HTML, CSS?
No, the JavaScript doesn't matter. So this event, we're only going to focus on HTML and CSS. So anyone involved, you're only going to be coding up HTML and CSS. But we do have an introduction to JavaScript event, and I'm adding 2 more JavaScript events within the next coming weeks. So if we did actually want to add the JavaScript involved in the website, then that would be part of the next couple of events.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
So there's always that opportunity. Yeah, so this one's cool. Jake, did you have a website on mind? I know you were doing a little searching.
I'm still searching.
Okay. Yeah, what I like about this one is, see the black navigation bar? When you scroll down far enough, the black navigation bar is fixed to the top, and then the navigation items push to the right. So like flex is applied to it.
had that classic, like, you look in a newspaper, the first third, second third, and the last third of the newspaper.
Yeah, yeah. This design is actually pretty good. Like, it's pretty unique. I like the developer of this for sure. I wonder who developed it. Made in Vermont. Copy that.
That's what's confusing. When I started digging through the owner, it was almost like the state of Vermont. I was just confused.
They drive 50% of their traffic to that website off of two terms: car complaints and car complaints. One word. Drives 50% of their traffic.
Wow.
Which traffic, it looks like, estimated about 70,000 per month.
That's solid. What do you
They
got?
do a fair amount of.
What do you got? Like a bunch of SEO tools over there?
Yeah.
Nice.
SEMrush.
Oh, okay. I've heard of that. Alright. So that's one.
I had like a list of brutalist website designs where these are a little like unique for these websites. It's like multiple on a single page and show it. And I would say this is probably more simple HTML CSS, probably not much JavaScript, but it depends on the website. But I'm gonna share the link in the chat.
Cool.
It's like brutalistwebsites.com. It's pretty good to like inspiration.
Cool, cool. You're posting in the chat? Oh, cool. Brutalist websites.
Yeah, so it has a little list. You click on one, it goes to the website. So you can see how like it goes a little away from the standard of how typical websites look. You got a template, and then header, footer, this and that. These are a little more unique. That's why I like about this. It's kind of like a repository of these websites.
These kind of remind me of the portfolio projects.
Definitely see some of these being good for like fashion. If you're having a clothing brand and whatnot, you want to stand out a little bit. Like, use this website for inspiration.
Yeah. That's cool, kinda. That's interesting.
Like the 8-ball.
The what?
The 8-ball that you flip upside down to give you the answer.
Yeah, what do you mean?
Wanna scroll down more?
Where's the ball?
Right there. Like those look like the end.
These?
Oh,
No, those just look like the bottom of the 8-ball. You flip it upside down, like when it says yes, no, or maybe, or whatever.
Oh, yeah.
those in years.
Not, I think it's cool how BOI, whatever this is, you're able, if you have this, then you could exchange it for different web development work.
What is it? His token?
Yeah.
Shut up. Ethereum token backed by.
Yeah. Do you trust it?
So you can pay this guy with his own token for work.
Yeah.
How much does it cost to make that? I wonder how much work it requires.
Nothing. You could go on like Upwork or Fiverr and have somebody create you a token for like $10. I mean, you're literally just copy and pasting pre-existing project code, changing out the name of the token and making it yours.
Really, the value starts at 0 in your own code, and then or token, and then you like create value in that, whatever you
Yeah.
want it to be.
To be honest with you, I'm not feeling any of these websites. They remind me of portfolios. Just like, not that they're bad, it's just simple for what I'm envisioning, you know.
Here, let me go through another list. I'm just mostly doing stuff from like the Target was mine that my friend got, but then the root of this website came from the Open project, so I'll search through that a little bit more. Try to find something.
Cool. Yeah, I want to at least get the GitHub set up for today so everyone can pull it. Let me see what free code camp is. I remember that was like one of the first ones I used when I first started coding. Learn to code for free, build projects.
Oh, then Interdev probably have some examples as far as websites. So I'm gonna look at those too. First, gotta find the website.
MIT. It's pretty simple. No, you know what I like?
Go down left. You got search bar on the left, and menu bar in the middle, then like a 2-column scroll.
Yeah. I like the search bar, how it like it's engaging. Makes you look over, gives you ideas. I think that'd be just a cool thing to implement. Education, yeah, so then you have your different pages. This is pretty simple though. I would say NFL is definitely harder than this one right here, and the car compliance is definitely more difficult than this one. Research. Yeah, it's very images and text basically.
I think this is the one. It's definitely doable.
MIT.
Yeah.
Yeah, oh, for sure. MIT News, that's a totally different site. Yeah, it's super simple, man. What are you thinking, Naveen? Do you have any thoughts on the ones that we've taken a look at so far? What's your favorite?
I think maybe we can go with Apple because it's a middle ground. Jake kind of likes it. So
That's
probably, I would guess Apple folks, you know, they're good with design, so we can do their stuff. Maybe it's a middle ground.
Yeah, they are good with design. That makes a lot of sense, actually. Yeah, even this. This is interesting. Yeah, it's...
I got one more once you're ready.
Yeah, I like apples. This would be fun too. This little carousel at the bottom. Hmm. Yeah, I like this one. And then you go to iPad, so this is like a whole nother page. Yeah, so we'd each pick a page, and it definitely has like tons of options for when this event grows. For new people, there's just like so many pages, man. So many options.
Yeah.
Cool. What are you thinking? Who was saying they have one more?
Oh, my last one is Boston Dynamics, the robotics company.
Oh, let's see.
I bought those guys. I think it kind of feels like more like a sales website, and then that's what they do. So all of those. Just honestly, it's like pretty standard as far as typical websites. But I definitely like that one too.
I just don't understand, when did Apple, like, when did the red become its secondary color? Like, if you go to like the store.apple.com, like, it's like it's all white and red now. Like, when is, I don't know. I feel like Steve Jobs would be rolling over in his grave.
Red, white,
It
and
just
blue.
seems so, it just seems so like basic, and then like I'll give it to them, sure. Some of their stuff is nice design, but I feel like it's just all now thrown onto the page, like in the sense that it gets a little messy. Like I feel like the Boston Dynamics website was cleaner and more like you know where you're going and what you're doing versus on the Apple. But again, like this isn't like why I would want to do one versus the other. It's just simply like I would love to pull up the Wayback Machine and go look at Apple's website from like 5 and 10 years
Yeah.
ago. I just feel like it's been falling apart now for like 5 or 10 years with just all white now, and there's this red accent color, especially in the store, that I seem to be seeing everywhere, and it just feels like there's just elements everywhere. And then sometimes I feel like they're just stacking elements on top of each other. Like, oh, we got nowhere else to put this, so let's just stack them on top of each other. Like those big elements that are behind the page there, the shopping event, the iPhone 15 Pro, like. But I've been feeling that way about Apple's website for a while now.
I think the irony is that they're probably the highest paid developers as far as website developers.
Probably among the top for sure.
Yeah.
So they've sat in a lot of meetings discussing how this page should look and how that page should look.
True. Yeah, mobile looks cleaner, easier to navigate.
Yeah, I think that mobile looks really good there. Less messy.
Yeah, now I see what you're saying with the desktop. It's like there's
Like,
so much. Like there's
like the
so many
homepage.
options, man.
The homepage used to literally be, like, this is in 2016, but it used to be just one big slider at the top, right? Which would either be like the March event 2016, the iPad Pro, each one was its own slide. And then it had 4 calls to actions below it. So the iPhone 6, trade up your iPhone, research kit, better off together, and then the footer. Like, that was it. Now I feel like there's like 18 different elements on the page, and they used to have like 4. But
Isn't there a Linux? There's a Linux phone, right? Let's see what that is. What is it? Pure Linux phone experience? Purism?
Linux.org.
Look at this. This is clean, man. Look at the design on this page.
What about I think we should redo Temple OS's website. Do they even have a website?
Temple?
The Temple OS is a story on the internet. His name was Terry Davis, I believe. And yeah, there it is. There it is. There
Oh
it is.
yeah.
And he ended up losing his mind, but he was also pretty much, I think, streaming while he was losing his mind. And like he he had very interesting views. Like Temple, there was an operating system that God told him to write. It's a whole crazy story. There's a whole Netflix movie on it, and I don't know if at the end he killed himself or it was something I feel like gruesome towards the end there. But he would like stream on YouTube for I want to say like 12 hours straight, and people would just like get him riled up and talk trash to him, and he'd start like losing his mind, like screaming at people. And it's just this
Wow.
ongoing joke of Temple OS as far as like operating systems in a biblical themed lightweight operating system designed to be the third temple prophesied in the Bible. Yeah, that was a joke. Temple OS's website. I'm surprised though, like they actually still have a website. Like who's paying for this hosting?
Someone.
Right.
Someone, man.
Last way in
For sure.
2018.
Yeah, he had mental illness.
Wow. That's sad, man. Yeah, so I'm down for Apple.
So
I'm down
no-
for
no to
MIT.
Temple OS website design.
I think it's just so advanced for us. So no to tell. Oh man, that's great. That's great. All right, cool. So I guess we'll just vote, man. We got Apple, but all of these are gonna be like all of these could expand to larger teams too. So no matter which one we choose, this is good. Any of these are good. MIT, Apple, Boston Dynamics, car compliance. I like car compliance, and I also like Apple because Naveen made a good point with they have the best designers in the world.
Supposedly, since the phone hasn't got all messy yet, right? So
Yeah.
no one is watching the website after Steve Jobs.
Yeah, I guess if you could recreate this website though, I mean, I think it's nice for a portfolio, especially if you do it from scratch. Like if you just use a template or fork the code, then okay. But if you actually coded it yourself and you could explain how you coded it step by step in an interview, like there's probably not much that you can't do. You know what I'm saying? As far actually, there's probably a lot that you can't do. But
I
but
feel
it's a
like on this
nice.
Apple website. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I feel like on this Apple website, like it's all images. You know
Yes.
what I mean? Like that Apple Store shopping
Well.
event. I don't even think that's HTML. I think that's just an image.
So this navigation, the drop down is some pretty cool functionality. So not only does it drop down, but it blurs the back. So this is some decent functionality here. But you're right. I think a lot of the content on this page is images and call to action buttons.
But are they even? I guess they are. I was gonna say, are they even actually called to action buttons, or are they like just buttons in the image that has like,
Bye.
an image map over top of it? You know what I mean? Like, I'm trying to inspect that element here.
Yeah. There's a call to action on every image. Learn more or buy on everything. Apply now.
But I mean, at the end of the day,
Stream now.
at the end of the day, what is the main job of a marketer, right? To convert. So I just always think it's funny that yeah, okay, say you do marketing. Okay, what's your job? Okay, I try and make stuff convert. Oh, okay. How do you do that? Well, I put a call to action button on everything that I put out. Oh, okay. Like, so yeah, I mean, obviously they have calls to action on every single, you know what I mean? Like, what else is there to do?
Yeah,
Like, there's
yeah.
no other tricks in their sleeves other than we have to somehow highlight the call to action button. Like, that's their only job, is to get you to close your eyes and to click on that one button.
I guess if you're thinking about like website marketing, if you think about like
No, that's 100% again, like as somebody who develops websites for people, right? And then I feel like the biggest outcome of when people have the conversation of, oh, Well, what makes a good website? Well, there needs to be a clear call to action. Okay. Well, let's put CTAs on everything then. You know what I mean? Like, because there's just not much else to do. It's like a one-trick pony shop kind of thing. One-shot pony trick, whatever.
Yeah, but if the image is ugly, or I'm sure the positioning of the images and the images that they use increase and decrease the clicks. So that would be what, like,
A/B test that real quick.
that'd be like what, content marketing, I guess.
A/B testing, yeah.
A/B testing, search engine marketing, like search engine optimization. That's like another thing that we're just not really seeing, right?
Like on this page right now, I mean, Apple's the last place you would go look for SEO.
What do you
They
mean?
don't need to worry about. Well, they don't need to worry about SEO. Like they don't. Apple doesn't care if they rank or not for like the word personal computer. You know, like they're not optimizing their homepage to rank for the word personal computer. If that makes sense.
Yeah.
Like people just come to Apple. They don't need to necessarily optimize their iPad page to rank for tablet device. Like, I just don't think that Apple really gives a shit about their SEO. So to speak.
Yeah, yeah.
People just come to them because they know of them with like branded keywords. Like they're already looking for an Apple iPad. They're not looking for a tablet device, and then they're like, oh, I never thought about Apple. You know what I mean? You only have two options going
Yeah.
into that fight. So
True. True.
My question for the images is pretty much every element in the page or homepage is how many event concerns attached to everything, so they can just track what's getting clicked on and what's not getting clicked on.
Oh, it's
so
probably
one
even.
really cool thing for that you could check out, Hotjar, Hotjar. Hotjar is a really cool layer that you can add to any of your websites, which will give you heat maps and all of that of where people are clicking, how far down the page are they scrolling.
Ooh. Okay.
And it's all free, and you just install it on your website, and then you come back like a week or two later and you can see like, oh, okay, well, of the two buttons, learn more versus buy, 75% clicked on learn more, 25% clicked on buy. Like it breaks it all down.
Yeah, that's cool.
Okay. And then I can fall back to A/B testing where like the of the buy button could be like a light green, and then it's A/B testing it could be a dark green. Which one got more clicks?
Yeah, so A/B testing typically, like I would do that. Like a lot of WordPress themes, some of them provide like built-in A/B testing. Or you could probably use like a third-party service. I don't know if Hotjar does A/B testing. I think it does actually. I'm actually sure it does.
All right, so I'm gonna leave it up to you three. I think it's just three of us in here, right? I'm gonna leave it up to you three to pick a site. I'm creating the GitHub repo right now, so let me know when you decide. First website built in build a multi-page website with HTML and CSS event. All right.
Well, I'm down for Apple or Parklands. Those are my top two.
What's up?
My top two is Apple or Parklands.
Okay. So Apple or car complaints. What about you, Jake?
I might lean more towards tv.apple.com.
Okay. And Naveen? I think you already said Apple, right?
Yeah, we should go.
All right, so Jake, you said you're leaning towards TV, so you could go ahead and, yeah.
No, tv.apple.com.
Oh, that's like a total. Oh, so it's like Netflix.
Yeah. I'm looking for something that has I know that you need like a home page, a product page, a category page, but also something that's like visually enticing. But I don't even know why it's on yours. resolution is your monitor? Like, I feel like on mine it's like a full width, and on yours I feel like it's like 1920 width or something. Like, what's up with the white? Oh, like, why is your weird? Your background's white, whereas mine's dark. But yet I haven't set it dark. Like, I don't ever come to this website.
I think this website is just not really the best idea though, because if you look here, Apple TV Plus, ML Season Plus, so we have a couple different pages, and then you click on this, you get this page, and then you play. So what do we have, like 4 pages? Not 4, I'm just saying like it's a very limited number of options. Whereas if you look at Apple Store, Mac, iPad, phone, watch, vision, you got a page for everything. And then even on top of those, you click on watch and you have sub pages as well. So this gives like this allows a huge opportunity for growth for as this event grows, like new people hopping on and choosing a page. Same with carcomplaints.com. Actually, yeah, same with all of them, honestly. It's really up to you guys. All right, if you guys don't pick something in 30 seconds, I'll just pick something. 29, 28, 27. I'm just playing. Yeah, all right. All right, here we go. We got 1, 2, 3, 4. Random number generator. 1, 2, 3, 4. All right. 4. Boston Dynamics.
Love it.
Cool. All right, let me create this repository. Boston Dynamics clone.
The one thing to keep in mind, Jim, is that you've been talking about these different levels, and like once you get into this one, you start. I guess what I'm trying to say is you've mentioned that in these different level courses, the integration with GitHub. But I think the thing to keep in mind is that, like, somebody even like myself who has a fair amount of background in like HTML, CSS, website kind of stuff, I have pretty much no experience with GitHub.
Yeah.
So I think that like just kind of covering the basics that people are gonna have to know to interact with GitHub kind of thing, or like just me watching what you're doing right now, like I've never really seen or done this stuff.
Yeah, I actually have a couple videos on working with GitHub, but I was gonna look at. I know there's other videos out there that just kind of like a setup, understanding it well enough to like make a clone and work with the team on GitHub. So I might record. Yeah, I might record my own, but if it's already out there, I'm like, why should I record it? But we'll see. Yeah, yeah. I've been thinking about that a lot too, just making sure everybody's up to speed and has like the prerequisite knowledge to get involved. Yeah. That's good for now. Let me make it public. I'm gonna have to add you guys to the GitHub repo as well. So we got.
You have to make it public for us to access it.
No, I can keep it private, and just add you guys as collaborators to the project, I believe. But if it's something you want to use for like a portfolio or something that like other people can access, yeah, I'm gonna have to make it public. Yeah. Yeah. Hashtag open source, right? Yeah.
Source.
So
One question I had about Visual Studio Code. Does it not, the version I'm looking at, it's an older version. I'm wondering, does it not have a project concept? It only seems to be creating new folders and files. or am I missing something? Maybe I'm missing. Maybe it's an older version and doesn't have that.
No, I have I have individual projects in Visual Studio Code. What do you mean? Oh, I think I know. I think I know what you're talking. Go ahead.
When I click on file menu, it just says new folder, new file. I don't see a project inside. Do you see a project?
Yeah. So no. I know what you're talking about because I've used code blocks before, and code blocks has the projects. So yeah, in Visual Studio Code, the projects just live within inside a directory, and then so if I run like git init on a project directory, that's basically my project. So I know what my project is based on the directories that I have all my files in, basically.
I see. Okay.
Yeah. I know what you're saying though, because yeah, with code blocks, you're creating a project. Same with PyCharm, it has you create projects. So they differentiate it a little.
Generators, I've seen that. It's new.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
good. Less ambiguity.
Okay. And then this one will be. We'll just say Boston Dynamics clone. Cool. Initialize Git. Let me open up this code editor. I'll just add a README. And then cool. Alright, so that should be that's up there right now. Alright, so we'll go ahead. It's 7 right now, so we're gonna jump into the JavaScript. We'll hop back to the
Would you send the git scripts that you put in the command line?
yeah, let me go ahead and so I used yeah, I post them here in the chat. So I just initialize like this, get init. If you just clone the project though, you'll be able to just do git. Yeah, you'll be able to do git clone with this link right here.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to see whether you link to the website and then I saw you doing some.
Oh yeah, I just did a git init. I added a readme just separately, and then I did git add. So git add dot basically just adds all of the files that I modified to the current commit, and then git commit with a message. So add message here, so you could basically track what your commit had to do with, and then git push. Though this was I haven't set the master branch as my upstream branch, so with this one I had to do git push upstream origin master. So I had to set my upstream. Otherwise your local directory is not going to be connected to the remote directory. But I'll make sure everybody's set up tomorrow before we get started for sure. Yeah. And I'm kind of like, I've been waiting to create the YouTube videos for all of this because I know there's, especially in the beginning as I launch all of these events, that there's going to be a lot of changes in a short period of time, and the changes are going to happen less and less frequently as, you know, we figure out exactly how we're gonna do this. So I kind of been holding off, but I'm definitely gonna do it sooner than later. Probably after I launch the next 2 events. Until then, I'm kind of just doing everything manually and repeating myself a lot. But it's learning experience too, because I know, like, all right, I say this every day. I do this every day. I repeat this every day. So I know, like, I'm kind of like figuring out exactly what needs videos too, you know?
Yeah, yeah.
But cool. All right, so it's 7 right now. We'll go ahead and we will hop into the JavaScript. I'm going to check to see if anyone's having trouble getting in. It looks like I have some messages and people reaching out in the ask for help, so I'm going to just chat with them really quickly, and then I will yeah, we're going to be working on, I'll show you guys in a minute. Just hop down to the introduction to JavaScript channel. Okay. All right, what's up? What's up?
How's it going?
How's it going? Long time no talk. What's up, T?
Hey, what's up? How are you?
Pretty good, pretty good. T hopped into the data structure algorithm contest on Saturday night, and she was like asking a bunch of questions. I'm like, it was so funny, man, because you ask so many great questions, and we have like 10 people in there. Everybody's muted. Nobody's talking. Everybody's just working independently through the problems, and they're tough. They're tough, man. Those contests are tough. They're not easy.
Yeah, and so I think asking questions matters, but
100%. Yeah, you ask a bunch of good ones.
so tough,
Yeah. True. Tonight, you'll like tonight's event, the data structure algorithm one, because we switched it up a little bit. So we're not just doing like one easy problem anymore. We're doing an easy, a medium, and two hards. So basically, you're here for the easy. You could share your solution or just look at everybody else's solution. And then we go to the medium one. And if the medium's too hard for you, then you could just drop off. Or unless you want to keep learning and just try to understand and ask more questions. So, and then we move to the hard ones. So it's kind of like a progressive increase in required experience and skill. And yeah, it's good. It's going to be good. Before we were kind of constrained to just easy problems. Now it's going to be much better.
Hey, so are we still coding that baseball thing with baseball? Will you guys coding baseball app with I think Alex?
Yeah, no. So Alex hasn't been here in a couple of weeks, and that was like the first day we started hosting these events, right? Like one of the first days.
Yo, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, he's still signed up. He just hasn't been here. He must be busy. I know he just moved to New York with his girl, so he probably just got a lot going on, but yeah, if he ever comes back, he'll just join one of the projects we have going on right now. So basically what we're going to work on tonight is Jake and I have been spending a lot of time building the navigation for the Meetup app. And there's no better way for us to just start integrating JavaScript on a very, very introductory level with that navigation. One of the things that we could do is we could change the border of the input on focus. And another thing is we could actually create some interactivity for the input fields. So I'm going to go ahead and share my screen with you guys, and we'll go from there. Everybody here has... Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I was gonna say, how about the volunteer app?
Yeah, that's next. At 8 o'clock, we're going to start that.
Oh, okay, so 8 o'clock every day. It's an everyday thing at 8 o'clock.
Yeah, for the foreseeable future.
Because I know you have data. Is it algorithms?
At 9 Eastern Standard Time, yep.
Oh,
Yeah. So eventually the real world projects, the nonprofit navigator, it's not going to be scheduled. It's just going to be something that everybody who works through this process, from never typed a line of code in your life to advanced JavaScript, they'll be able to join real world projects. You just have to be at a certain level before you join the real world projects. So I'm kind of creating this pipeline from you've never typed a line of code in your life to advanced JavaScript, and once you hit a certain level of skill and experience, then you're going to be available to join real world projects. And right now we have nonprofit navigator, but eventually we'll have more projects. So I'm going to create a way for people to like suggest project ideas, and if there's enough people who want to work on a project idea, then we're going to start a new team and we'll get that going, and we'll just have a team leader.
cool, yeah, because I haven't seen, I think, Tiffany and a few other girls, like, as of lately. Maybe they, I don't know, maybe they joined on another time, but I forget. Are they still around?
Yeah, Tiffany was here for the first 2 events today.
Gotcha.
Yeah, she'll be back at 8 too. She's going to be here for the nonprofit navigator.
Great.
It looks like we have 2 new people though, so let's just say hey to you real quick. Trevor North and Warren Henry. What's going on? Not much. Where are you checking in from? Cool. Nice, nice. And Trevor, what's up? You might be new to Discord, I'm guessing. If you look at the bottom left, I'll share my screen just so you could see. If you can't see my screen, go ahead and just double click on my name and then you should be able to see my screen. So on the bottom left, you'll see a microphone, and if you click that microphone, then you should unmute your microphone and you should be able to talk. So Trevor, feel free to unmute and just say hey. If you don't have a mic, then you could hover over the introduction to JavaScript channel, click on open chat, and type message here. Cool. All right, you're already typing, so I'm guessing you don't have a mic. All good. We have a guy who comes to our data structure algorithm contest every Saturday, and he hasn't had a mic for like months, so no sweat. Though I do encourage you to get involved. So I'm going to go ahead and pull up the code and show everyone what we've been working on. So we have HTML and CSS components. And we have this project here. So let me go ahead and close all this stuff. Okay. And let me just slide the index. So as you can see, we have the Meetup app, which is the real Meetup app. And then we have the Meetup navigation that we've been rebuilding. So primarily it's been me and Jake lately, but what we're doing is we're creating inputs that exactly replicate this one here. Earlier today, we just eliminated this input here. We're starting to change this search button, but we're making it look identical for the most part. So this group right here is Introduction to JavaScript. And so what we're going to do is, one problem that we faced was when you click on this input, I'll show you the code. When you click on the input, if you look at the styles, hover. When you hover over it, it gets a little bit darker, which is what we want. But then we have this active, which I thought focus would work, but I guess it didn't. When you click active, you can see it turns green, but it doesn't stay green. It's supposed to stay green, and so we're going to use some JavaScript to on focus. When basically focus is when you click on an element, and blur is when you click away from an element. So when we click on this element and our and this is the cursor is blinking here, we want this outline to stay green. And so that's one thing we could work on today. Another one is we don't even have the active for, actually yes we do. Actually, we could apply this active, now that I think about it, to our nav input. We could do nav input dot active so that we don't have to apply the same style to both divs. But yeah, so when we click this, it's not working. Search inputs, input. I think we changed the name. Yeah, search location inputs. We changed the name of this, so just fix that. There we go. Now it's working. So that's one thing we could do. Just making sure that when we focus on these inputs that the border stays green. The second thing that we can do is actually accept inputs. So accept a keyword for events, accept a keyword for location, and when we click this button, then display something for now. Just get the functionality wired up, and then when we get to the net, for now we could just like console log searching this type of event in this location or something very simple just to wire it up. And then yeah, I think that's good for tonight. So let's see. I know T Parker has a little bit of experience with JavaScript. Jake is brand new. Naveen, how you looking for JS, Naveen? Do you have any experience?
I have again tried to pick it up, and I picked it up at that time, but then now I forgot because I don't apply it right away. So
Okay.
It's maybe overall program, so that yeah, it's still pretty new.
Cool. Trevor, where do I access this code? I'm just gonna invite you all into my code editor. So I'm going to click this live share link. This live share link, I'm gonna post in the chat channel, and it's a plugin created by Microsoft. So you'll be able to click that link and hop right into my code editor. The same way that Google Drive, if I share a Google Drive link with you, you could click that link and we could both hop into the same document and edit it at the same time. Like you edit it, I see it changing on my screen. I edit it, you see it changing on your screen. It's very similar. It's just with the code editor instead of Google Docs. So I'll go ahead and do that right now. Post it right here. So I'll give everyone just a minute to pop in and we will get to it. All right, got Warren and Jake. Cool. So I'll go ahead and just create a main.js file just to make sure that our JavaScript is connected to our HTML. So we should see access in our console. Since we're logging this to the console, we should just see it pop up right there. But we're not seeing it pop up. For some reason, the JavaScript in this main.js is not showing up in the console on the page where our HTML is rendered. Does anyone have any clue why that would be? Why is the JavaScript not working? What do you think, Parker?
We've linked the JavaScript file.
Perfect. We have not. So we'll go ahead. Actually, I'll let someone else type it. So feel free to. We have Jake, Warren, and Parker in here right now. So typically you can link it in the head or underneath the body. So go ahead and give it a shot. T's in here as well, so feel free to give it a shot if you'd like.
That's it. Links,
Oh, we got 2 people adding it. We're injecting our JavaScript twice here. May the best win. Whoever finishes typing the last greater than symbol. Exactly.
I don't
Hey
know.
Jim,
Yes.
did you post that link somewhere to join, or how do I join that collaboration? I just want to figure it out. That's pretty cool.
Yeah. So we're all in the introduction to JavaScript channel right now. If you click on the open chat, it's right here.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
With I was gonna say with the script, would it be best to add that towards the end? I usually do that towards the end, but I don't know what is your take on that, Jim?
Good question.
I usually just do it underneath the HTML or the body.
Yeah, so why would we want... So anything in the head is going to load first, right? Everything in the head loads first. So we have like our title is going to load first, our style sheet is going to load first, and if we put our JavaScript in the head, the JavaScript is going to load first too. And so can you see any... Parker's already got it. Can you see any problem with loading the JavaScript before you load the HTML?
No one else knows.
It won't load the it won't load the HTML stuff. It'll go straight to the JavaScript stuff.
What's wrong with that?
Well, you don't want to have dessert before dinner.
That's you.
I do.
Speak for yourself. I say we throw that JavaScript right up there. Let's put it above the character set.
Well, I mean, if I have dessert first, I'm probably gonna just want to eat dessert, more than the dinner, or it wouldn't feel. I would feel fuller, and I guess the dinner part. So no.
But what if the dessert is not even available? It's not even there. You can't even have dessert.
Well, so ideally when people have a dinner, they have like a salad or like an appetizer, right? And then they get their main course, and then they get their dessert. That's just how it's. That's just the rule behind dining. If that makes any sense, right?
So what you're saying is when people come to a website, they expect to see some sort of content, and if the JavaScript is loaded before the HTML and the JavaScript file is big or heavy, then it could be a second or two, sometimes longer, before the HTML loads, and it would make someone want to navigate away from the page. Yeah, so sometimes there's JavaScript files that are just like really big, and if you put it in the head and your JavaScript file is huge, then you're gonna get your HTML is not gonna render until the JavaScript loads. With the JavaScript that we're working on in this, just a couple inputs, it's so small that you wouldn't even notice the difference. So it wouldn't be a problem here. Defer though, Parker put that. I haven't used it. I typically put the script tag just underneath the body inside the HTML, or even just like inside the body. I don't put it in the head, but I think, what does this defer do, Parker?
Let's make it load first, so it always loads. Otherwise, it might, any changes you do, like a DOM element and whatnot, it might not show up.
Mm-hmm. So it defers the loading of the JavaScript until the HTML loads?
Yeah, so that way you can then put it in the head without a problem. Otherwise, without the defer, then you probably should put it on.
Yep. So there we go. That works right there. Now we should see access. All right. So now our JavaScript is loaded into our HTML file. So there's a couple things we want to do, right? Like we have this input right here, and we have this input right here, right? So what we're gonna do is I'm gonna type like cooking, and here I'm gonna type New York, New York. And so both of these fields have values. And so when I click this search button right here, what I want to happen is I want to take this value and I want to take this value. And for now, I just want to print it to the console. So I want to say, I'm looking for cooking events in New York, New York. So we'll create a function that prints to the console when this is clicked. And what it prints to the console is the value from these inputs right here. So let's just write some pseudocode first. So before you're able to extract a value out of an element, because this input right here is an element, this input right here is also an element. So for me to extract a value out of an element, what do I need? And this is for the people who have done a little JavaScript before. I don't expect someone who's brand new. If you haven't done any JavaScript before though, and you're like, I still want to answer this question, feel free to go to Google or ChatGPT and just type, how do I extract a value out of an HTML element? How do I get the value from an HTML element? You'll get the answer. But T, Parker, what are your thoughts on this? Or anyone.
I'm thinking, are we manipulating the DOM?
Not yet. You can't even manipulate the DOM until
You want to create a function or variable.
a variable that represents what?
Element, the HTML.
Perfect, perfect. So create a variable, variable to represent the event input. Create a variable to represent the location input. All right, so now we have access to these variables. Now we have, let's just say, I'm going to give you like an example here. So I have this variable. I have access. What's stored inside this variable is an object. So this object is going to have properties like class list and value and parent element, which is another object. So when we target this variable, when we target this input right here, we're going to have access to an object. And this object is going to have properties on it. And we're going to use these properties to figure out what has been typed here. And so how do we find out what's been typed into an input? Actually, here's a better question that you could search. How do we find out, or which property do I use to find the value of an input? That's perfect right there. And if someone already knows, feel free to shout it out.
You can just put var something, or maybe I don't know.
HTML input element value.
Yes, Exactly. Value. So we could do it a couple different ways. We could tack the value right onto the end of the variable, which we'll do. I think that'll be the easiest way.
But could you also use literals for this?
Literals?
Yeah.
What do
Not
you,
yet.
what do you mean literals?
So, well, I don't really know what I mean by literals. I figured you probably know what it means. I mean, I learned a little bit. I used it on another project that I did. It's really hard to explain because I had a hard time making that project. But yeah, I'll just
No, it's all good. We actually used them the other day with Aditya, remember?
Oh, of course. Oh, you remember. That's so great. Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
So I'm not the only person that. Yeah, no, I figured maybe we could use something like that.
No, yeah, you're right. We can use them. We could use them to inject JavaScript into. So I was just trying to see. I hear your thoughts on it.
Yeah, no, I still have to study it a little bit more. I really want to like understand it fully. That's why I want to like bring it up, try to use it as many times as I can. If that makes sense.
Yep. So, all right. So we're going to create a variable to represent event input, and we're going to extract the value off of that element. We're going to create a variable to represent a location input. We're going to extract that value off of it. Then we have these values. So we're going to have this string, cooking. We're going to have New York as a string. So at this point, there's a couple things we want to do. One of them is we want to make sure that these inputs become empty. Like we don't want cooking in New York to still be in the inputs after we click submit. Depending, we could keep it. Let's pull up open meetup and see how they do it. So if I search like cooking, all right, so it actually keeps it. So we'll keep it for now. That's cool. We do get we get like an entirely new element which pops up as well once you start typing in here. So that's actually some functionality I built into my other search. We could do that as well.
Are we still writing our pseudocode for this, or are we just going and diving into writing the code?
No, we're gonna go ahead and write the pseudocode. So this is actually all going to be inside of a function anyways. All of this code will be inside of a function. All right. So
I didn't understand the difference between that function and variable situation, because from what I heard, we're not using bars anymore. We're using like constants, or let is a better word. Like to bar something is like a, I don't know, old style way of coding these days.
yeah, you wouldn't use var anymore. We got var, we have let, and we have const. That would actually be a good Google search. Like, what's the difference between var, let, and const? Why am I using let now instead of using var? But I do want to build out this function, so I'll go ahead and just break it down a little bit. Var is the old way of doing things. If you use var, it's going to ignore the block scope that let and const have. So it's just not as high quality code. Your variables are going to be accessible from other parts of your code that you don't want them to be accessible in. And so let and const are just more protective in that way. Also, people used to just use var. Now, if your variable is going to change, you use let, and if your variable is going to stay the same, you use const. So if I'm creating like a string, for example, and I know that strings are actually immutable. So if I say let stir equals string, let me comment these out. Let stir equals string. I could go ahead and I could modify this. So if I have also, let's just say I have a number, num, and I'm like num plus 5, and just do num equals num plus 5, then I could take the previous version of num, which was 5, add 5 to it, and now the new value of num is 10. So you could do this with let. You could change the variable if you initialize it as let. But if I did const num equals 5, and then I tried to overwrite the value of num, you're going to get an error. It's going to say you can't, basically, like, you can't change the value of a constant. So if it's something that's always going to be the same, you use constant. If it's something that you know is going to change, you use let. And if you don't know or you're brand new, I just initialize everything as constant. Like when I first started off, I just initialized everything as constant, and I only changed it to let if I had to. That way you learn,
Is
like...
that like tuple of Python?
No. No. A tuple is an array that contains specific types of objects, right?
I thought it meant that you couldn't change them. Maybe not.
I'm not positive about that. That's a good question. Yeah, I know. Yeah, JavaScript is different than Python. I'm not positive because even if I in JavaScript, let's just say I create an array and I declare it as const, I could do this. Like I could do r dot push 5, so I could like add elements to the array, and there's no problem because when you create an array in JavaScript, this array takes up a certain space in memory. And so that space in memory stays the same even if you add or remove elements. There's still a certain amount of space that's being taken up in memory, and that block stays that block no matter what. So you can still use a const. Whereas if we did num 5, and then you change this num to 10 or something, it's actually a different place in memory. So what you're doing in reality is you're like changing the pointer to memory. But that's kind of advanced. But yeah, so don't use var. You're going to see it in the leak code problems. You're going to see it in old code. Don't use var. If you're creating a value that's going to change, use let. If you're creating a value that's not going to change, use const. I use const for all my functions, all my objects, all my arrays, because the space in memory is not going to change. But yeah. Cool. So we create a variable to represent the event input. Then we want to set the value or the text input to empty string. So there's a couple different ways you can do this. Once we extract the value from here, actually we're going to keep it the same, aren't we? So now we just need to print these values to the console. We want to print these values to the command line. So how would we do that? And the answer is right in this file, just looking you right in the face.
Hang on.
Exactly.
Sorry, what was the question? How can you log in the value or what was the question?
How do you take these values and just log them to the console?
Oh.
Yep, console.log. So, yeah.
Are we attaching event listening to this, or are we going to start off with targeting this node? Attach a variable to that node? Memory selector or something?
Are we still doing what?
So are we just trying to create a variable and then target it and then attach an event listener to it and work with that?
That's a good question. So are we going to be attaching an event listener in here? Actually, before I ask that, what are we going to be adding an event listener to? When?
Search bar.
So when we click this button, we want something to happen.
We want it to search.
We want to perform this function when we click this button, right?
We want to input information to then click that button to get more information.
So that's a good point. What do we do if there's nothing here?
It won't go.
Yeah, so we want to call our function when we click that search button.
Would there be like a drop down menu of search locations?
No. No, not in this here. We could build that in later if we want.
So, is the question, what is the search for? Is that the question?
No,
Just one thing.
no, I was asking, what element do we want to put this event listener on? Like, what's gonna prompt us to do this search? What one of our actions is gonna prompt that search? What do we have to do to prompt the search to happen? That's what I was asking.
Search button. On click search.
Yeah, I think Parker and Jake both said
Okay.
click.
Let's click on.
Yes. So we do need to add event listener to submit button. And then what event are we listening to? You already said event is a click event. And then what do we want to execute when we click that button?
I don't know. So after we call and build the function, what's the next function we're going to do after we search button? What is the next function?
We want both of those search search spaces to be filled with information before we click the search button.
Yes. Yes, that's separate from the question I just asked, but good point. That's okay. That's good. So we have our event listener. Let's look at the structure of an event listener. Maybe this will be more clear for you. So when you look at the event listener, you can see that we're going to call this event listener on one of the elements in the HTML file. We already decided that we're going to call this event listener on the button. So if you go to our HTML, you can see that we have a button right here. And the button, we're going to target this button with an ID. So let me go ahead and just add just a couple other lines of pseudocode. Add ID to search button so that we can target it. And then you could see that this event listener takes two arguments. One argument is the action that takes place. So like click, key down, key up, onload. There's a ton of different events. And then, so we have our click, which is the event we're listening for. We're waiting for that button to be clicked. And then the second argument is a function. It's our callback function. It's the function that we want to execute when we make that click. So what function do we want to execute when we make that click?
Display date.
Display what?
Print event location.
Yes.
We haven't made it yet, so we gotta make that function.
Exactly. So execute print event location function. Cool.
So we're gonna identify
Let me get rid of that.
search button, and then when we click on it, it's gonna have event listener attached to it, and then once it hears that, we click on it, and then it will call the print event location.
So let me ask you this: if we're here, or where's our code? If we're here and events is empty or locations is empty, do we want to execute this function?
No.
No. So where am I going to put code to handle that?
Maybe inside the event listener, you have like
Should it be a loop?
What do you mean by inside the event listener?
You wanted the beginning of the function probably.
Yes, exactly. So yeah, because right here we're gonna extract these values from our elements, but if there is no value in the element, there's nothing to extract. And so before we even extract the values from the element, what we're gonna do is we're going to check to see. Actually, we need to see if it's an empty string, right? So it's going to be right here. If check to see, check
Yeah.
if one of our values is what?
Empty.
Is empty. Then do what?
Return.
Return.
Prompt a message.
Yeah, do that. Good idea.
Console log maybe. What do you want to console log? What?
Input nation, something like that. Invalid. Go ahead.
Have it scream at us. This is empty.
And then return. Just break right out. So there's a couple ways to do it. For me personally, I would say I'd want to know if it was the event or the location that was empty, and based on whatever one was empty, I would print like, hey, you need an event to do this search. Please enter an event, or please enter a location, and then return. Otherwise, log the values to the console, so they should show up right in there.
Yeah, but you know, I don't think like Facebook or Spotify, they have that. It's just it won't go through. Like it tells you to sign up or something.
Yeah, there's so many different ways on handling this too. Yeah, I just want to give you all an opportunity to write a little bit more code in a simple way. So yeah, this is good.
So we're just gonna attach console log these two times to double check our work.
Console.log. Well, it will depend on which one is empty. Like, actually, we could keep it simple. We'll keep it simple. If any of them are empty, it'll say please enter event in location. Just something simple. That would be good. All right. Cool. And then, does anyone think we should add anything else?
Confetti.
Woo!
Like when you successfully submit it, I want to see confetti pop up.
I know, all right. I need like some animation software that does that.
I've seen- So I'm telling you that it's got to be like a, yeah, I just found it too. TS particles confetti. It looks like it's a JavaScript confetti.
It-
Is that like?
Should I get a cheer track too? So it's like fake cheers and.
Do you even have to ask?
I'll have a little sign on the top left of my screen too that says cheer now, so everyone in the chat could start cheering too, so you guys know when to cheer. Oh god, that would be funny. All right, so we got a couple things we need to do here. Feel free to go ahead and start typing. We got one modification that we need to make to, actually we have several modifications that we need to make to the HTML, because we are adding an ID to the search button so that we can target it. So we can actually target this button, but there's actually two other things that we need to target too. And since we're targeting elements with JavaScript, we don't want to use classes. We actually want to use, what do we want to use?
Not using classes?
No, not to target elements with JavaScript. You use classes to style elements. You use IDs to, or I just said IDs, so never mind. Okay.
So the answer to that question is IDs.
Yes, there you go. Thanks, Jim.
Information leakage.
All right, so yeah, we need to add an ID to our search events input and to our search location input. So add ID to search events so we can target it, and add ID to search location so we can target it. So these are our HTML tasks. We have 3 of them. Feel free to choose one. These are JavaScript tasks. One of them is just creating the function. One of them is creating the event listener. So feel free to start chipping away, and I'll do my best to help you as you code it up. If you have any questions, feel free to ask, but I might just redirect you to ChatGPT or Google to start getting that search habit developed for y'all.
Alright, so just get to it.
Not everybody all at once.
I'm still looking at confetti.
He's just watching like celebrations on YouTube.
I'm just seeing all the best JavaScript confetti explosions.
That's funny.
Call me basic, but I like confetti.
It's a nice effect. So these are actually HTML modifications that we need to make. This line of code that you're writing here, right here, is actually going to be inside the function.
Can an element have both an ID and a class?
Yes.
Hey, get out of here, Jay Gabe, messing up my stuff.
Was that me? That wasn't me.
Yeah, what had your name?
Oh, it wasn't me.
Give me the name of my ID. Wasn't me. ID, now we'll name this.
Cool. Looks like Jake is adding the IDs to the HTML. So I will remove those comments because that is taken care of. Who's typing out the function declaration?
I'm working on
Okay. You're working on targeting the actual elements? That's you?
yeah.
Okay. Who's up here?
Real quick, what happened to the other pseudo code before the creative function called print event location?
I deleted it because Jake already added the IDs. Actually,
You keep saying IDs, the plural.
yeah.
Which leads me to believe I'm missing something.
Yeah, you're missing two. Alright, I thought you were. Okay. So you add an ID to the button. We need an ID on the input and on both inputs, actually.
Yeah, wasn't that a different line?
Yeah, it was a different quote unquote task, I guess.
Okay.
Yep.
I'm going to try and add ID for search events, I guess, if no one else is taking it.
Okay. Sounds good. So all of this code right here is going to be wrapped inside of our function. So this search button, dot add event listener. Okay, so that's separate. That's going to be outside. Cool. together. Cool. So, all right, cool. So Parker has the search button
Yeah.
targeted, and you also have this event listener added to the search button. Nice, nice. So function, you're going old school with the declaration today, man. Let me go ahead and just cut that and paste it right in there for you. So this, I'm going to go ahead and delete that because we have that code done. So anyone who's wondering, I said get element by ID. Parker went ahead and used query selector instead of get element by ID. That's really just a decision, a preference decision made by the developers. Some developers choose to use query selector. Some choose to use get element by ID because it's more clear. Like if you're actually using the ID to target an element, get element by ID is very clear. Whereas query selector, you can target certain elements based on their other attributes like classes, types, that sort of thing. But you can see inside of the query selector, he did hashtag search button. And so the hashtag is telling you that he's targeting an ID. Though, is there an element with an ID called search button? That's the question. Because if there's not, it won't work.
I think he created it.
Well, there's a class search button, but there's not an ID search button.
Because I used button ID.
Yes, exactly. So he'll have to use button ID here.
Or I'll change mine to search button. Look at us, it's all getting along.
Either works.
I get very upset very easily.
I know, Parker gets mad. Every event, Parker's like raging.
Yeah.
I have to talk to him after the events. I'm like, Parker, that's just unacceptable during the events. Don't let it happen again.
I lost my food.
That's funny.
I'm curious, not to confuse anyone, but is that hashtag search button, is that okay?
Yes.
I've never seen a hashtag.
Yeah,
It's
so
ID selector.
If you use the period or dot, that's black.
If you use the ampersand, that's an ID selector.
search events.
Is JavaScript programming? I guess, yeah. I guess the reason why I ask is like the other night, remember Jim when I was telling you that like the algorithms and whatever, like there was just too much math in it, like that stuff didn't turn me on.
Mhm.
But, like this stuff turns me on. Like when you start selecting different IDs on a page, because again, like as somebody who's never really been able to not animate, it's the wrong word, to like I guess select their HTML, like without JavaScript you're not selecting stuff, you're not getting data out of your HTML elements, you're not. So for me, like this is all very interesting, and as well that I like about this JavaScript stuff versus the other stuff. The JavaScript stuff I feel like a lot of times is to a certain degree self-explanatory, right? Like query selector or get element by ID, or and you can tell that they're both pulling from the document. Like
Yeah.
I feel like you can kind of look at it, start making sense, whereas when it's just like numbers and plus ones on letters and stuff like that, it's just like
Yeah.
real in the weeds versus like I like this stuff way more than the other stuff.
Yeah, this is very practical. that stuff is very abstract. There's no like real problem that we're solving. Here we're solving a problem, a real problem. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
And the other one, I'll be honest with you, I feel like it would be helpful to a degree if it gave examples of like the homework that you sent me with there, the num sum or whatever it was, the sum of the numbers or whatever. Like that's cool, and I watched 10 different people's videos on it. That's cool, but can anyone tell me like when we would actually like use this in the real world, practical use type of thing?
A lot of them are just for practice. They're really just to learn how to think programmatically and become a better problem solver regardless of what the problem is. Though there are some real practical applications, depending on the problem. But like you said, a lot of them are just practice for sure. Yeah, a lot of the time you're never going to use it. It's just to become a better logical thinker.
Yeah, and for me, and this might sound funny, I'm not intending to sound like I'm not trying to be a lot, like I'm just trying to grab things and move things and write things and stuff like that. Like I'm not trying to do the whole abstract, big brain, thinker in the sky kind of thing. Like I'm trying to use literal, like, oh, you know, I want to make this happen after a submit is made, or, you know what I mean?
Yep, yep. Yeah.
Or exactly the type of stuff we're doing right now.
Yeah, solving real solving real problems, man.
Yeah. I mean, keeping it simple, you understand it. So no need to add complexity if you don't understand it.
So next question, is there, like, I know that for, I feel like you gave me a couple of platforms like that, Beat Code or whatever. Is there one for like JavaScript?
Like with real world practical
Yeah,
examples,
like
huh?
little small like chunks of like, hey, in the following thing we have 3 selectors. What we're gonna try and do is make it to when it hits submit that the 2 box is empty. How would you go about doing that? They give you
I
a bunch of
think
code
I think this is the best, honestly. A free code camp I think is the best. There's no like context or like environment, but it allows you to really start using HTML, CSS, and JavaScript in its own environment where yeah, it's all real world practical stuff. It's just there's no context, but yeah, here I'll post it right here.
So would you say free code camp is better than Udemy or
Um
just teachings. Like it's not really hands-on.
Yeah, it depends on the tutorial that you're doing. Like if you want to learn C sharp, I would never say watch more than one C sharp tutorial. Like just watch one to get the basics and then start building stuff. That's all you need. It's scary to start building stuff, and a lot of the time you're going to feel like I don't have what it takes to start building, but you need to start building. Just start building. Watch one just to get the basics, the syntax, that sort of thing, and start building. But there are some teachers on Udemy that I love. Like Steven Grider, I love because he not only teaches you, but he goes through like he teaches you computer science concepts as he's teaching you about like TypeScript or MongoDB or these other like React and popular technologies like Node, that sort of thing. He's teaching you so much more than just the language that he tells you he's teaching you. So his tutorials are always super valuable. I recommend him above anybody else. And then there's a couple other good teachers, but yeah, I think.
I've been watching everyone just kind of hype so far and seeing some kind of prior knowledge to it, and it's wonderful to see it all happen in real time. But as for me, where I'm at now, I'm not really pulling anything else to kind of put things together in my mind. Other things I've seen like past videos or something like that. But when you had just jumped to like free code camp, I was like, oh, is that a better way of doing it?
Mm-hmm.
Or like nice way of doing it?
Yeah. So for me personally, the reason why I even started any of this stuff is because I used to just meet with people who were programmers doing data structure algorithm competitions, building projects, and I never learned faster than building projects with other people or working on projects with other people. That's how I personally learn faster than any other method. I've done tutorials, I've done YouTube videos, I've done problems. I feel like I've tried everything. But working with other people always saved me so much time. Anytime I encounter something where I was like, I don't know the answer to that, 90% of the time, if I was working with a group of other people, someone knew the answer. So I didn't have to go down a 45-minute rabbit hole to find the answer. I was just like, hey, does anyone know this? And they're like, oh, yeah, I know that. And then they break it down. And if you don't get it, you're like, I don't get it. Can you explain it in a different way? And then they do. And it's the best way of learning, honestly, just working with people. But I think you can't always work with people and all that supplemental stuff like Free Code Camp and Udemy and YouTube. Like, YouTube is a godsend, man. Like, I don't know what I would do without YouTube. So it's a bonus for sure. There's a lot of good stuff out there. There's so much good information out there.
Do you mean ChatGPT too? I don't.
ChatGPT is a godsend too, yeah. Mostly with conceptual stuff. Like, I don't like asking ChatGPT for code because 90% of the time I ask it for code, there's like a bug or it's just like really simple code anyways that you could just find in the docs. But anything hard, it's not getting it right. I'm spending more time debugging its code than if I just went to the docs or like researched how to do this anyways, you know. But I like it for conceptual stuff for sure. All right, so it's about 8. Oh, wow, it's 8:10. All right, so we're moving into the next event right now. Angel, I saw you were in here. What's going on?
Hey, how you doing, Jim?
Hey. Pretty good. So we're going to move over to the Nonprofit Navigator, the Coding Bootcamp channel. We'll go through the rest of this code tomorrow. We'll check this and we'll test it out, but it looks good. There's a couple things that I noticed, just a little bit of inconsistency. So we're using document.getElementById here, and here we're using query selector. So there's inconsistencies of methods, which is I would rather use all getElementById or all query selectors if we can, just for consistency. And then
So the query selector can actually select based on class, is it?
yeah, class, attribute, tons of different things.
Yes.
Yep.
But as long as they're unique.
Yeah. With something this simple, I don't think you would really need query selector. Query selector is like very, very special cases, and rarely, I can't even think of, because most elements, they have some sort of ID anyways. But yeah, so we'll go ahead and test this tomorrow. We'll review the code line by line, and we'll make just a small minor adjustment, like a couple of minor adjustments, and then yeah, and then we'll be good to go. It looks good though. It probably
And then the bonus is I can work on the HTML and CSS file. There's confetti there. That's the bonus.
Oh god, I gotta see this.
Me too.
Well, he said till tomorrow, so we gotta wait.
Wow, with just one piece of confetti dropping. Look at it. That's so sad.
You can add more.
Today,
Doesn't even look like a celebration.
that's so
It's
sad.
like solo, loneliness, depression.
Yeah. I'm getting this is my last day of coding vibes right now.
Yeah.
I'm done. This is it. Just one trickling. Poor confetti, man. All right, cool. All right, thanks everybody. We're hopping down into the coding boot camp right now, so we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna have one group splitting into HTML and CSS, and we're gonna have another group splitting into JavaScript. So feel free. I will see y'all in a minute. Hey, hey.
Hey, what's up, guys?
What's up? What's up? What you been up to, Angel?
Well, other than Thanksgiving, I basically been doing project planning for one of my last college class, where it's basically all about design. So working on creating like a UI for a kiosk for the last project.
Mm-hmm.
And my friend gifted me an old PS4. It was really dusty, so I would play with that. So
Oh, nice.
I like to think I'm still living and stuff.
Yeah, totally. That's what's up. Well, I feel like we've gotten so much done since I think you missed like a couple days. I'm like,
Yeah.
man, I hope you're able to get caught up. Because last week it was just so busy. I did events in the morning and I did events at night. And then I was like, I couldn't even post. I was recording all the events. I'm like, I can't even post these. I don't even have time to do any of this. Because once I hopped off of the event, there was more just like housekeeping stuff to do that was more important than posting. So I'm like, oh man, I just have like 10 videos that I have to post. I'm like, I might as well just stream, because that way it just goes directly to YouTube, and then anyone who misses the events can just view it that way. I don't have to do any editing or go through DaVinci Resolve or any of that stuff. It's just time, man. Time, man. Trying to.
I saw the message you posted where you were asking for help. I don't know if you saw mine.
I didn't actually. I'll check it though. Yeah. Maybe I did. Maybe I did while I was out and I was just looking at it on mobile and I never got back to it. That's probably what happened.
But yeah, I'll be willing to help out with that if you want to talk about that later.
All right, cool. Let's see. We'll give everyone just a minute. Actually, it's 8:15, so we'll just get to it. Let me see. Yeah, yep. Yeah, I'll pull it up right now. Let me share it, and then I'll get to this project. It keeps bringing me. You know how LinkedIn, you get a notification of who visited your page or whatever? It keeps bringing me to, every time I enter linkedin.com and I press enter, because it's stored in my history, it keeps bringing me to the same person's page. So they must have seen me show up to their page like 15 times this week. Oh man. Yeah, I'll post it in the chat. Cool.
Talk about being creepy.
I know, right? I'm like, oh my goodness. I told them too. I'm like, hey, like the history. I'm like, I need to clear my history, because every time I type in linkedin.com, it just like, and press enter, it just navigates. It's automatic to yours. So, because that's the first. Is that a good one? If I saw someone coming to my page like 15 times, I'd be like, damn, they need to find something to do, you know? But it probably wasn't 15 times, but definitely like, I sign on like once a day. I check it maybe like once a day. So over the course of a week, probably like 7 times. Oh man, that's funny.
Henry and Peter on the live Discord.
Oh, I'm going to close that anyways. All right, cool. So let's pull open the project and just take a look at where we're at right now. I know Aditya said he's not going to... That's so sad, that one confetti. Aditya said he's not going to be here tonight, which is totally fine. So let me go ahead and pull up Nonprofit Navigator. I'm going to share my screen. So those who are here, we have Ash and Angel and T. Y'all are returning. Naveen and Warren, you are brand new. So basically what we're doing here is, and just actually so Angel, Ash, and T know too, what I'm planning to do with this is we have type your first line of code, build a portfolio, multi-page website, introduction to JavaScript. In the next couple of weeks, I'm going to add also intermediate JavaScript where we start doing like classes, objects, module system, that sort of thing. And then an advanced JavaScript where it's all like advanced web APIs, MVC architecture. And then this coding bootcamp, like this nonprofit navigator, it's going to be something that is not scheduled, but something that everyone who has a certain level of skill is able to get involved in and participate in as long as they're a member of the newbie developer bootcamp. And you know, so like new people who are here, we're going to let new people join onto this project when they're ready. So that's one thing. We kind of just like launched this before we did anything else. And so there are people who might not be ready to be coding here yet, which is totally fine. They're probably learning really fast, but moving forward, once I add the intermediate JavaScript and the advanced JavaScript, that's when I'm going to kind of pull this one back, not schedule for it, but I want to stay in communication with people throughout the week about this project. And I also want to choose a team lead to like do code reviews and that sort of thing. And then I'm also going to open up a channel for like other project ideas. So if this team, we have like probably 15 people on this team right now. And if someone on this team is like, hey, this is a good project, but I kind of want to like branch off and start a different project, there's something I'm really passionate about, then as a member, I'm going to do everything I could do to fuel your project and help bring people to your team and build whatever project you want to build as well. So branching off into an entirely different project is going to be a possibility. This nonprofit navigator is not going to be the only option. Eventually we'll branch out and there'll be, you know, probably 10 projects going on at the same time. Each project has their own team lead, and I'll do everything I could do to funnel people your way to, you know, help you build the project of your dreams or whatever. And you'll lead your team. But just throwing that out there so you guys know what to expect in the next couple of weeks. There'll always be the introductory, intermediate, and advanced JavaScript stuff though. So that's going to be the same thing too. All of these events, they're all hands-on. So there's no event here where you're not going to be typing code. That's the most important thing. This needs to be a place where you come and you type code. This isn't, I don't want people just like watching me or watching lectures. Like actually getting that hands-on experience is what it's all about. So does anyone have any questions before we get started? I'm just going to share the code basically and see, we'll create some issues and just like see what people want to work on next. We basically have two teams right now. One is working on HTML and CSS. The other is working on search functionality. That's Aditya, and I believe Angel, you were working with him. We went ahead and we made another pull request on that search functionality, so it's getting a little bit better. And I'm actually going to challenge Aditya to build a custom search algorithm for this, just as a challenge, because he is pretty experienced and good with the data structures, algorithms, that sort of thing. So yeah, I'm going to try to push people wherever their current skill level is. I want to push them to challenge themselves. Ash, what's up, man?
What's going on, dude?
Not much. How you been?
How was your holiday, brother?
Pretty good. Spent it with family, so it was nice to just have a day where I didn't think about any work, no nothing. I could just relax, and I was just cracking jokes all day, having fun, laughing, so it was good. How about you?
Oh, that's right.
How about you?
Yeah, about the same, dude. Went to see some family and did a lot of hectic driving. The rest was all good.
Oh, driving on Thanksgiving weekend. Where'd you have to drive from? How long was it?
I came from Columbus to like southern Missouri, so it's about a 7.5 hour drive.
Wow.
My first one, I had to work. I'm weird as a seasoned game show host, and I had to work at the party until like 9:30, so I didn't leave until after that. It was that was fun.
Wow. Sounds like a long weekend.
Man, it was.
I used to drive down to, every once in a while I'll drive down to Delaware and see my family on Thanksgiving, and it's like 6 hours down there. But then when I come back on Friday or Saturday, it's like 10 or 11 hours. It almost doubles just coming back. It's crazy. The traffic is crazy.
That should be criminal, man.
I know. All right, we'll get to it. Let's see what we got here. All right, so this is the repo we have right here. It's O1 Software Network, Nonprofit Navigator. For those who are brand new, Warren and Naveen, feel free to send me your email address after the event. I'll go ahead and add you both as collaborators to this repo. And that way you can see the team is pretty big right now. Only one person hasn't accepted. I'm going to go ahead and just cancel. Yeah, go ahead and send me a friend request and then send me the email through the friend request. Tiffany should be here tonight too. Yeah, so I'll add you to the team and we'll go ahead and build some issues together. So the issues on this project that you work on are actually going to be dependent on your level of experience. So like I said, we have one team that's HTML and CSS primarily, and we have another team that's working on some more advanced JavaScript functionality. Cool. So let me go ahead and just go over the code that we have so far, and I'll go over the volunteer search, volunteer list. So volunteer search is our feature branch, and so we have our index.html. We have our main. We have a very simple nav with just two buttons, a home page and a search page button. When you click the home page, you're going to be showing the home page. When you click the search page, it's going to bring you to a totally different page. Inside the main, we have this is one page, so we actually have all of our pages loaded inside of the HTML right now, which is definitely going to change. This is the home page, this is the search page, and then these are three detail pages.
Hey Jim, are you sharing your screen or?
Oh, so sorry. Hold on.
Yeah, I just thought we were in like a hypothetical conversation.
No, sorry about that. Yeah, I was sharing this right here. So we have our nav with the two buttons, we have our main, and we have our footer, and then inside of our main, we actually have all of our pages right now. We have our home page, we have our volunteer page, we have search detail page 1, search detail page 2, search detail page 3. So let me go ahead and pull it up in the browser so everyone can see what this actually looks like right now. We are intro, nonprofit navigator. Cool. So here's the code here. Let me go ahead and pull it into the browser. So HTML. So it's super simple right now. We have our home page button. We have our search page button. And then if you're on your home page and you click on volunteer, then it'll actually bring you to that. Actually, there's no way for me to know that this is a volunteer button. So let me go over to, we have volunteer search home. Our volunteer, that's what we click to bring us to our search page. So the H2. So if we go to our H2, I'm just gonna do cursor pointer so I know that it's something that I could click. Still not working. Div. Volunteer search home. Oh, volunteer search home. Here we go. I think that should work. There we go. Now you know it's something that could click. So you click that, and then if you look at the JavaScript, this is what Angel and Aditya were working on. Basically, we have show volunteer list page. I don't believe we're using this function anymore. We're just using the show div. And yeah, the first thing we're showing when we load up the page is the volunteer search home page. So we're passing in the name of the ID, volunteer search home. Since we pass volunteer search home into the show div function, that's the div ID. We target the main page. On the main page, we have 5 elements: the home page, the search page, and 3 separate pages. So we find out, we get an array of those 5 elements, or quote unquote pages. For each one of them, we're applying the style of either none or block. So one of them is going to show, block is going to display it, none is going to hide it, and then we're using the ID to compare. We're using the ID from the child that we're iterating over here. We're comparing it against the ID that was passed into the function, and if they match, we're showing it. If not, we're hiding it. That's basically what's happening. And then there should be this, I believe, is an old version of the code. Let me check the branches. So I'm on the volunteer search branch. Let me pull. Okay. Yeah. So this is the code that he just added. We have a volunteer list. There's 3 objects. Each one of these objects is one of the nonprofit companies, just like dummy data to play around with the search functionality right now. And so what he did for show search results is he targeted the search results. If you look in the index.html, you can see this search results right here. So he's targeting this. Right now it's just an empty div. So he targets it with this. He finds out the value that was typed in to the search box, the input keyword from the keyword element. So we have keyword right here. And he uses that keyword to build multiple divs depending on. So he basically iterates over this array with this let volunteer of volunteer list. So for each one of these objects, he compares the name. So the name of each one with what was typed in as the input keyword. So from whatever he extracted from this keyword input, he checks to see if the name starts with that. So if we type in like NSF, we should get 2 back. And if the volunteer object name starts with the keyword that was entered, he creates a brand new div containing the volunteer name, the location, and the description. So super, super basic. All of this requires styling, HTML and CSS. The whole site requires like a massive amount of styling and CSS. So I really want to start breaking this down of like, I mean, if you look at our Figma file, we have Nonprofit Navigator. There's no like real styles to it right now. We just have a very lo-fi wireframe. And so we want it to bare minimum look like this. So I think a good next step is just building out these cards. I think we could do that tonight. Is there anyone who wants to work on JavaScript, more advanced stuff, or is HTML okay for tonight?
I could probably use a little brushing up on my HTML.
Okay.
Yeah, I think maybe HTML.
Okay, cool. Cool. So we have These divs here are the ones that are actually going to be creating the cards. And so let me actually invite people in here, just for those who want to code along. Feel free to, yeah. Feel free to hop into my code editor. What I'm going to do though is I'm going to create a, so if we go to git branch A, I could see these are all the branches that are on our remote repository. We have our main branch, which we're not going to push to until we go and deploy. We have volunteer search, which is our feature branch. We're not even close to done with our feature yet. And I actually want to start a new branch for volunteer search card. So I'm going to go ahead and just say branch checkout B volunteer search card. So there we go. I'm going to push this to the repo so everyone knows that it exists now. Volunteer search card. There we go. Now that should show up in our repository. So if I go back to Nonprofit Navigator, you can see we have volunteer search card. So this is the one we're working, this is the branch we're working on right now. And basically, what we want to do here is there are going to be times when we make a search, and when we search, there's going to be opportunities that show up. So let's go ahead and just test this out really quickly. So based on this, if we type in NSF and do search, we should get a couple options here. NSF search. We need to, does anyone want to go ahead and add an event listener to this button? There's no event listener. Show search results. Yeah, we just need, I'll go ahead and just add it really quickly. Document dot add event, const search button equals document dot get element by ID. So I'm going to target this search button here. We have our button. Actually, it is already added here. Show search results. I wonder why it's not working. Let's see.
They didn't console.log it, I think.
Did he? I thought that. Are you sure? No, he didn't console.log it. He's not supposed to console.log it. It's supposed to actually show up in the HTML. So there's probably just a bug here somewhere. I'm going to go ahead and pull this event listener off here anyways. I don't like mixing JavaScript and HTML. So we'll go ahead and we'll add an ID here, just called search button. I don't like all these spaces either. The formatting just looks so weird to me. Alright. So we have search button. And then search. What program is this here? Which one?
The one to like, what do you do in this type of website?
Oh, this right here?
Yeah.
This is Visual Studio Code. Yeah, this is just a code editor. Add event listener, click, and show search results. So that should work. Search results. I'm just looking to see if there's any bugs here for some reason. Volunteer list. Let me know if you see anything too. I'm just kind of like browsing this quickly. Search results div. Search results div. Cool. I just want to clean all this up too. There should not be any spaces. Like, I don't think it makes a difference, but alright, cool. So NSF. There we go. Alright, so it's working now. This is what we're actually getting printed out. What we want to see printed out is this. So we want to see a card with, we don't have to put the image right now. We could just put a div to represent the image because we don't have images, which is totally fine. And then we want to put the name, the location, date posted, so we could create a new date. And then yeah, let's use the name, location, and description right now just to get the cards out there. So name, location, and description. And then that should be good. So basically what we have is we have this card, which is going to be this div. So does anyone have any ideas on how we going to apply styles to a div that doesn't exist on the desktop until we add it? Do we have to do anything differently, or can we just add the styles to the CSS?
You do it by adding a class.
Yes. Yes, we can. So who's in here? Who said that? Someone who's in here? Oh, okay. Angel, you're not in here. Does T, Warren, or Ash want to go ahead and add a class to the div?
Sure, I can jump on it. So, what do we want to call it?
Volunteer card. Seems good.
Class equals do I have to put it in parentheses? Or
Quotes, yep.
Yeah, it doesn't get the hash. That's only for IPs.
Okay. So we'll do is volunteer card underscore underscore name. The one that we add to H5 will be volunteer card underscore underscore location. And then the paragraph will be volunteer card underscore underscore description. So feel free to type those out. And I'm saying underscore underscore name, location, description. That's just a naming convention to make styling easier later. So I'll do the first one, and just to show you the naming convention. So we're gonna take the name of the block. So the block element is the div. That's the container containing all of them. So I'm gonna do volunteer card, the name of the block, underscore underscore name. So these ones will be the same thing, volunteer card underscore underscore, but there you go. Yep. Perfect, perfect. looking good. Just this plus right here. All right, cool. And then, so let's make sure that this works. If we go ahead and we do NSF and we click search, it doesn't, we don't see anything. So let me go ahead and go to the styles and just test to make sure that the styles that we're applying to the divs are working. So if I add a class called volunteer card, let's see, this is volunteer search results. All our cards are going in there. So let's see, volunteer, nothing, search results. Do we have search? Wow, so we didn't style the search either. Search input and button. We have a search input. So we'll do it underneath here. Then we'll just go ahead and say volunteer card. And let me just give it a border. 1 pixel, solid black. And so if I do NSF, there we go. All right, cool. So the styles are definitely being applied. Based on this, it looks like we want to make the width half as tall as the height. So let me go ahead and just put it in mobile form so we can see what this looks like. So we'll just style the divs for now. We won't worry about like margin or anything else. So how can we decrease the width a little bit and make the height bigger on the volunteer card?
You can use the height and width properties directly.
Yes. Feel free to go ahead and make a couple modifications if you would like. Okay. So we got I want to change the code so it doesn't keep reloading every time. Alright, so that's looking a little better. The width is, I'd say double the width and add like a solid 100, or yeah, double the width and add like 100 to the height. You should be good to go. Cool. NSF. There we go. That looks solid. That looks good for now. At least until someone spends a couple hours just really making these cards look good. So we have inside our main, and even this right here, I'm like, oh, seeing the templates in here is just like, oh, it's just, it looks so much better when it's just JavaScript written. It looks so much better. All right, so we have our volunteer card, we have our title, but above our title we're gonna want an image. So for now we could just create a div here to represent our image, and we want the div, it's gonna be at the top, obviously. We'll just call it like class volunteer card image. So just so we know where this stands within the div, someone go ahead and give this div a height of like, well, what's our height right now? Volunteer card image. So create a selector for volunteer card image. Make the height 150. Yeah, make the height 150. Width will be 100%. And then we could keep the border as well. Height. This actually isn't an image right now. It's actually a div. It's just a div with the specific class volunteer card image. This works, but then if there's another div inside a volunteer card, it's gonna apply those styles to every div, which we don't have any other divs, so that'll work for now. That's cool. Or you could just do like that without this, but it's all preference at the end of the day. It's all about consistency. Like if you choose one way to do it, you want to make sure that it's just consistent. You're not using like 3 different ways all in the website, you know. So hash image, it actually doesn't have an ID of image, so that wouldn't work either. Because this would target an element with inside the volunteer card with an ID of image. Yeah, so let's go ahead and just do like that. That'll work. There we go. We are volunteer card 100%. If you make the width 100% and you add margin, then it's gonna push it off the side. So if you did like margin, let's just say 200 pixels. Was that too big? Oh yeah, that was too small. Let's just do 3. Let's do like 80%. And then for margin, we'll just do 0 on the top and bottom, and auto on the left and the right. That should be good. Let's see. There we go. All right. So we have something that's looking like the card on our wireframe. So we do need, it looks like we're going to have some margin around our contents here. So me, if I was like, all right, I need to add margin on the left of the name. I need to add margin on the left of the location. I need to add margin on the left of the date, on the left of the description. I would just place all this stuff inside of a div, and I would apply the styles to the div. You could do it one by one for each element, but that's just, then you're repeating code. You're adding margin to 5 different elements, which doesn't really make sense. So our image is going to be separate. And then it looks like our best bet would be to wrap these 3 inside of a div that we can add margin to. Because right now, if you look at our document, we have the name, location, and description all pushed up against the left. So if we want to apply the style, margin style to the left and to the top, we're going to need to wrap those in a div. Like a volunteer card content or volunteer card information. It's a couple different things you could do. Who wants to add that? And is there anything that anyone here wants to work on. I mean, I'm over here just like calling the shots, but if there's something that you want to do, feel free to just shout it out. Yep. Nice. Perfect, perfect. And then we just need to style that. You can see why this naming convention would be good, because if I'm like, you start to see how things are nested inside of each other. Like I see volunteer card. I know that volunteer card image and volunteer card contents are both nested within this element right here. So I know what the hierarchy is. When we get to, actually we really should, at this point when you're working on real world projects, you should be at the point where you know how to use Sass. But that's okay. One day we'll integrate Sass into this project as well, and it'll just make like, do they have the nesting built into just pure CSS now? Let me see. Nah, yeah, you're right. Oh, wow. As of my last update in April 2023. Wasn't it like 2021 the other day? Cool. We needed that update. Maybe it knows about Next.js now. All right, cool. So yeah, we'll add Sass later. It's gonna make this sort of stuff way easier. We won't need naming conventions like underscore content. All right, so we have margin 1 rem. Let's go ahead and try that out. NSF. Boom. Yeah, that looks way better. All right, we're getting there. We're getting there. So we have our name, location, and description. I'm going to go ahead and just take volunteer card description and add a background color to it. Volunteer card underscore description. And I'm going to say background color gray. NSF. There we go. So we could see that we're going to need a little bit of padding inside of there. And then it's really just spacing stuff, right? The cards are starting to come along. They're starting to look decent. Good enough. It's going to be nice when we go back to this Figma file and actually turn it into a hi-fi wireframe, though, where it's like with an actual prototype that looks solid. Yeah, that's going to be nice. But yeah, this is coming along. Did anyone make any modifications? Cool. So we probably just need a like, looks like maybe just a little margin bottom for each one of them. Yeah, that works. It's a little big, but it works because we're going to be adding more elements in between anyways, that we kind of like just have enough spacing so that it looks like a decent card. Let me add some padding here, maybe like 10 pixels. And that should be way better. There we go. Yeah, we can make the text a little smaller. Font size. Let's try that out. 0.8. There we go. That's cool for now. We have our cards.
What does REM stand for? REM.
It's just the responsive sizing. So if I add like pixels, then the size is not going to change depending on the quality of the screen. So the number of pixels on the screen is going to be responsive with REM. You change the size of the screen, it modifies. Yeah. I've always just used REM. That's what I was told when I first started using it. When I first started, I did like pixels, and I was told don't ever use pixels for font because you want to use REM just so that your website is responsive.
Wow, it looks so great, Jim. I just, sorry, I had to take no call, but wow. What a great start.
Yeah, the cards are looking good, right? Decent.
They're definitely looking good. Progressing. This is good, yeah.
Yes. Like cards. Yeah, it'll be nice to add the images and all that stuff. So let me go ahead, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to run git status. We've made modifications to index.html, main, and style CSS. I'm going to go ahead and add all of them with git add dot. I'm going to make a commit, and the commit is going to be well, what branch are we on? We're on the volunteer search card. So added structure and style to volunteer card. Git push. And we should be good to go. So volunteer search card. I'm going to go ahead and compare and pull request. I don't want to push it into main. I want to push it into our volunteer search. I'm just going to say 11/27/2023. Create pull request. And we'll merge this in. Cool. And then we will, so this is what I want everyone to do. We're about to hop into our data structure and algorithm event. So feel free to hop into that if you would like to. This is our first night doing that, but everyone's supposed to be having like their own, everybody's going to be using the programming language of choice and have their own solutions. I solved the first one. I was still working through the second one. But so you all see this site right now, right? So we have our home, we have our search page, which is looking good. It's looking good. What if we go to our search page? So there's nothing that pops up. When we go to our search page, I want there to already be options. So we need to fix that as well. But if you type in NSF and click search, then you get a couple options. Now, I want everyone to just send me messages. Like, I'm going to go ahead and spend some time creating issues in this project. And I want you to go ahead and just send me what you think you're capable of doing. Like, if you're just comfortable with HTML and CSS, that's totally fine. Even if it's something super small, like these home page and search page buttons look bad. Those are actually, they should look like this. They should both be floated to the right side. They shouldn't have outlines. You shouldn't even be able to see that they're buttons. You know what I'm saying? So just send me a message directly. Let me know what you're interested in working on, whether it's HTML or CSS. I'll add an issue to the project with your name on it. You don't have to work on it alone. If you want to work with somebody else, feel free to discuss with other people here. And then we'll just go from there. But yeah, we'll meet back here tomorrow, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and we'll go from where we left off.
Sounds good.
one quick question about the margin and the gap. On that page, margin I kind of understand, but gap, where does the gap show? On the actual rendering.
I can explain that. Gap, basically gap is used for something called flex display, which basically aligns all the items inside of the div to a certain line or axis, so it could either be a row or a column. And the gap is the gap in between the elements. So you could have it be a row, and then have it be gap 10, and it'll have 10 pixels between each individual element that's in the row. Does that make sense?
Let's see. Okay.
So gap is basically a margin that you apply to every element within the div.
Yes, and it only is between the two objects. It's not around.
Oh, got it. Okay. Thanks.
Cool. All right, feel free to follow me into the data structure and algorithm channel. Otherwise, I will see y'all tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.
See ya.
Problems of the day.
Hey.
Hey. I didn't think I could make it tonight, but I was like, the hell with it. I'm already here, so.
Cool. Nice. We'll give everyone just a few minutes to pop in. How's everyone been, though?
Okay.
Just okay?
Yeah, I'm fine. Yeah, my son's a bit sick, so
Uh,
I've been taking care of.
Gotcha. That stinks. I think he was sick like a couple weeks ago too, huh?
Yeah, it's been a while.
Yeah.
It's nothing serious. It's just like, cough and cold and all that.
Yeah. Even if it's something small though, man, I know it's like the worst thing. I'm like, just give me your sickness. I don't want to see you sick.
I don't know, are you kidding? I'll definitely give you my sickness.
I hate seeing my kid sick, man. It's the worst. I wish that I could just be sick for him. I feel you.
So
Yeah,
are
I
you,
told the same thing tomorrow.
Yeah.
are you one of those parents that, uses your own mouth to get all the boogers out of the nose? Gross. Sorry.
No, I'm not.
No. You're just let it be sick. It's okay. Just, I mean, I think your body eventually gets into the sickness and fights it off pretty well with medication, of course.
Yeah. No, I mean we've been treating him alright. He's getting better, but it's a thing, of course. But I mean, other than that, everything's alright. Just a little bit tired.
Yeah.
Jim, I didn't know you had kids.
Yeah. I have a son.
Oh, you have one son. Oh, how old is he?
16.
He's a big guy. He's a big boy.
I know. He's a young man. I know.
And you're young.
Yeah, I'm 36.
Wow, you're pretty young.
I'm 35, so I don't know. I guess we're all young here.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. I see, you know what's funny? Because I'm at the gym sometimes and I see like 60-year-olds doing pull-ups, like the really in shape, toned 60-year-olds. I'm like, they're young, man. Like, they're young at heart. Just look at them going. I'm like, I want to be like that when I'm 60, you know? I know. And then I also know people who are like 18 who are just like, got that old energy, you know? But yeah, man, it's all how you feel.
Have you heard of the 3-day challenge for like 3 days of alkaline and bone broth?
No, but I do love bone broth.
Yeah, like the first day is all alkaline water, 2 times a day, and it's like you can drink a gallon or so, and then the second day is alkaline, like bone broth 2 times a day.
Oh, you know who I heard talking about that? Dana White. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Actually, today's my first day. I'm not gonna lie, it's pretty easy. The first day, after you get like over a certain hump, and I just got back to the gym like right now, and I did legs today, and I was just like, yo, I hate legs.
Yeah, you got to do them though. Got to do them. I don't know.
It's so important though. I know it's off topic, but like, yeah, leg strength is like the key to all other training.
I know. So who did everybody solve the problems for today?
I didn't get a chance to look at it, but I'm just gonna observe and see if I can learn anything.
All right, cool. All right, so I solved the easy in JavaScript, and I solved the medium in C, but I'm still like, it doesn't work for every test case in the medium one, so I'm like, I'm not gonna share it unless I actually get it to pass for every test case. But we'll go ahead and we'll just.
I would like to see what C looks like, actually.
All right, I'll show it to you. All right. Let me just navigate to. Yeah, so for moving forward, we're gonna do this same thing. I'm gonna post. Let me share my screen just so everyone can see. There was a point in time where we were doing it like this, and then we stopped doing it every single night because it was just like way too much for me. I was still doing like 80 hours a week in sales too, but it was busy. Like, it got to like 20 people every single night, and we basically started from the easy problem. We saw solutions in like Python and JavaScript and C# and C and Rust and all different languages. And it's cool because a lot of the time it's the same algorithm, same exact algorithm, just with different syntax. So you start picking up these other languages and you realize like, oh, all the languages do the same exact thing. They're just different syntax basically, and different natures sometimes. But we won't go into that now. And then also you get to see like varying levels. So instead of just seeing easy problems like we've been doing lately, this will allow people to see like more than just easies. There's going to be times where we go to the medium and it's just like, I have no clue what's going on. I still feel that way sometimes when people share hard problems. I have to ask like 30 questions sometimes. Like last night I was in a call with Aditya, and actually T, you popped in too, and I was asking like 30 questions, and I understood it, but you really have to ask a lot of questions to understand, which is probably where most people will be here with the mediums, which is totally fine. So feel free to ask questions. and all that good stuff. Let me close this. So we got DSA. I think it's here. So I created this repository. I'm gonna post this. Daniel, you suggested this a while ago, and so I created. Basically, what I'm doing here is I actually want to get good at the competitive programming, and since I want to get good at the competitive programming, I noticed that people who go to the competitive programming, they actually have like stuff pre-built a lot of the time, and so I'm starting to pre-build things like algorithms. I have dynamic programming, geometry, mathematical, number theory, search, sorting, string processing, and more. And then data structures, I have like a ton of different data structures. And so like every time I do a problem, so like tonight's problem was the medium. The easy I had to do in JavaScript because it was just a JavaScript function with set timeout. But the medium one I did with C. And if you look at this problem, you can see that this is basically a data structure, a list node. So it's very similar to JavaScript where you're creating your class, but it's not a class. And so in C, I went ahead and I created my list node. And this list node is something that I posted in my linked list file. And then inside this function, there's also a function to create a node. So you're passing in the value of the node, you're allocating memory to create this node, you're creating a pointer to point to this quote-unquote object in memory, you're using the value that you passed in to point to you're basically this spot that you created in memory dot val. So it's similar to JavaScript where you do like object dot something, but this is a pointer. And then next is initialized as null. So this create node method is also something I posted here. So all the functionality that I use with linked lists, I'm going to post in this linked list file. And then all these other data structures, I'm also going to start building up these files. So not only do I have the data structures required to like use these data structures, but I want to have like, this is just create node. When I encounter a problem where I have to remove a node or where I have to count nodes, I'm going to have all the functionality just already stored ready in this linked list. So when I encounter one of the problems in the Leak Code competition, I'm going to be like, oh, linked list problem, go to my linked list file. Okay, here, remove a node. Okay, I'm already copying this and pasting it into my new code that I'm writing for the... So it's basically just preparation. And there's no way to prepare this way without understanding what you're preparing for. So I would recommend everybody do this. Build up your little arsenal of data structures and algorithms. And you're going to force yourself to understand data structures and algorithms this way. And then I'm also building just like certain concepts. So I pushed this to GitHub already. So if anyone wants to just access this, but I'm actually like... This is sort of like a training for other people, all in one. But yeah, so we'll start with the easy problem for today. I'll go ahead and share my solution first, but before we share any solutions, just go to the problem. So we have leak code. What number was this? 2715. 2715. What's up, Fernando? Timeout cancellation. Hey. So we have given a function fn, an array of arguments, and a timeout in milliseconds. Return a cancel function called cancel function. After a delay of t, so after t seconds, or t milliseconds technically, functions should be called with arguments. So the fact that we see here after a delay, this screams set timeout. Set timeout is functionality that allows us to pass in an amount of time as the second argument and then the function will wait that amount of time before executing whatever it executes. So function should be called with args passed as parameters unless cancel function was invoked before the delay of t milliseconds elapses. So we're going to call the function when t happens, but unless cancel t happens first. So in this case, the first example, you can see that we want our function, so this right here, x times 5 with x passed in, to happen after 20 seconds. And since cancel t happens after 50 seconds, we know that we're actually going to execute this function, and this one is never going to execute. So the time was 20, and you returned 10 because the argument was 2. 2 times 5 equals 10. In the second yes.
Like I was telling you earlier, why is there an example of an input cancel t that is not in the function?
Cancel t is just when you want to cancel your timeout. So you basically have, you sort of have to have a little bit of prerequisite knowledge about set timeout and clear timeouts.
I do have, but that's not what I asked. Like there are like the input has three arguments, right? It has fn, it has args, it has t, and it has cancel t. If you check the function on the right side of the screen, it just has 3 parameters: fn, args, and t. Why is that?
Are you talking about my specific function?
Yeah, not your specific function. Like LeetCode gives you the function with these 3 parameters.
Yeah.
Fn, args, and t. Why is the cancel t missing? That threw me off when I tried to do it.
Because we don't need cancel t.
So why is it in the example?
Cancel t is being used in the test case.
Yeah,
So,
but that's not clear in the example.
yeah, so if
Input.
we have const function, then start performance.now is just gonna basically say like right now. It's gonna give you a timestamp of like right now. So like when are we actually starting the execution of all this stuff? Then we have log. Let's see, math.floor performance now minus start diff result.push. Cancelable, so it executes the function that we called. Math.max, so it's checking whether the time that we passed into our function is greater than the time that we should cancel the function. And set timeout, cancel, so you're actually you're passing in the function that we're creating with a function, our array, and 20. Then it's calling set timeout. This is actually the execution of the function. We're passing in cancel t. This is a little confusing actually. Cancel t. And then set timeout, console.log result
Yeah,
after 65.
Third example, please.
Yeah, hold on 1 second. The cancellation was scheduled to occur after a delay of cancel t 50 milliseconds, which happened after the execution of function 2 at 20 milliseconds. Yeah, so the reason why we don't need, I'll jump down to example 3 in a minute, but the reason why we don't need cancel t is because cancel t is being executed in the test case. So we just have to know the time or how long we want to wait before we execute our function. And then we also want to return a function that cancels our function. Like whether cancel t or t happens first, that all happens in the test case, not in our function. The third one.
The example 3 shows cancel T is now 100. How does it know uh, the amount of milliseconds to use for cancel T? If it's a test that runs everything, like how does it know what cancel T metric to use, like at the time, if you're not passing it?
That's built into the test case. It's the same way that, like, when, let's just say we're working on an array problem or something like that, and they're checking, like, and inside the test case, like inside LeetCode servers, they have like 50 different arrays that they're going to pass into your function that they're going to test with your function. Same thing with this. Like, cancel T is just, that's an argument that they have just on their servers that they're going to test with our code. But I see why it's confusing, because they put cancel T here like it's an argument we're going to be passing into our function.
Yeah, that's how I tried to solve it. Because otherwise it would be an easy solution.
Yeah.
I thought you had to calculate both and see which one was bigger than the other.
Yeah. Nah, I see what you're saying. That makes sense. Yeah, so I just thought, like, for set timeout, we need to set this timeout, but then when we cancel this set timeout, we're not actually passing in. Like, if we were passing in this cancel timeout, then we would probably do, like, we do our timeout and we pass in the T, and then we do another set timeout that executed like the clear timeout. But I see what you're saying, though.
It's misleading. Like, how is it an input if you're not inputting it? You're not putting it in. Like, input is something that you, as the user, who's doing the algorithm, put in, right? So I don't understand, like, why it's there. It got me really confused, and I couldn't do it.
I mean, line one.
I got something to work for the test cases. It passes, but when I tried running LeetCode, it complains because I'm passing cancel T.
So the line that really like clarifies it for me is given a function fn. So we're given a function. We're also given an array of arguments, and we're given a timeout in milliseconds. Return a cancel function. So, like, you see cancel T here. It's in the examples, but it didn't tell me that was given to me. Yeah. So this is something that you can think about. LeetCode will do that sometimes, though. Like, they'll give you information you don't need. When you get to medium ones, you'll see that sometimes, like, half of the problem, or even stuff that they bold out, it's like, that's actually one of the skills you'll begin to develop too, is you're gonna be like, oh, actually that whole line of code is just irrelevant. Like, that doesn't matter. They only put that there to distract you. It's like, yeah. Fernando, how did you do? Did you solve it? Fernando, how'd you do? Did you solve it?
Yeah, I think that you can try and check your code if it's working with that uncommented that lines of code below the cancelable function. So I think that's like there are just giving some example, and you can change that cancel to value just to check the test cases that you have in the problem. So yeah, at first I didn't understand also why that's cancel to as a parameter, but yeah, it's like extra information, because in the explanation you have the code that you need to execute just to check your test cases on your side. I mean, running the code and environment without testing on read code, so you can check the possible solutions that you have. Yeah, I use yes the code that is on the explanation section.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Did your solution look like mine? For you want to share your solution, Fernando?
Yeah, I can share.
I wonder how if it looks like mine.
Sharing screen. Using the screen now?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Good. So this is the principal function. So in the problem, they're asking you to return cancel function. So cancel function, and this function will be executed with this return blade. With the name of key, and we execute also the function with some arguments. So they just passing this another function left hand, and they also mention that you can probably you will not execute this function when this cancel t value probably is greater than the delay function. So you need to abort or to stop or to interrupt this execution of this function with the delay. So for JavaScript we have this septiam. So in septiam you just pass two arguments. One is is going to be the function that is going to execute after some time. And this is number, and this is just the 5 seconds that the function is going to be executed. So yeah, they ask you this is going to be like the delay that they are asking. So after this time, we are going to execute this function. It's like if you say now and also work like after 2 seconds. I think it's going to be something like 200 milliseconds. So yeah, after 2 seconds, it's going to bring this delay after 2 seconds. So this is a function from JavaScript. You can delay execute this function after this time. So the units are in 9 seconds. And after that, I just added this cancel function because we need to stop this function after if the cancel time is greater than the time the last execute this function. So I return in this function. It could be also the solution here. So you need to send back this function to abort to stop this execution.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I have a question. Is it okay if I ask a question?
Yeah.
In the second example, the return an array. Where does this array come from? That's what I don't understand, because it's not coming from your code, I think. Like example 2.
In example 2, it basically
because cancel t is smaller than p.
Yeah.
You don't want to return anything. But why an empty array? Why not undefined or no whatever? Like what's going on there?
In this part. And this part is like I guess I'm gonna change this. Yeah, I just changed. The time is going to be, the t is going to be 100 and cancel t is going to be 50. So that's the second case. So when the this test case is going to be executed with this code, it code is going to execute this function. And in the explanation, you can see this result array.
Oh, okay, makes sense.
So also you have the arguments that you are sending to cancel the function. And this is just some kind of the start. Just takes the current time. And this is the function, some kind of block that that is going to print in case we execute this function on time. That means when cancel t is greater than t. So that you are going to have the cancel function, and this just take the maximum time. This is just to execute this other function. We don't just don't put some other function because this is just to execute this array.
Okay.
Nothing. Just they just take the maximum time between t and cancel t. In this case, it's 100, and they just adding 50 milliseconds to print this message. So in this set time is going to execute this cancel function that you are sending. And in this part, this is the cancel t. Cancel t is going to be 50. So in 50 milliseconds, you are going to execute this function. But if you remember, when you are going to execute in 50 seconds this, and this is going to execute in less time, in more time than cancel t. If that happens, like this is going to execute, and it's going to take more time than cancel T. Like this, you are calling right now, and you are executing this, and this is going to take like 500 so 100 milliseconds, and you are outside, you are executing in 50 seconds. So this cancel is going to execute and return this, and if it's going to execute in 50 seconds, so I mean this is going to execute first, and this is just waiting like 100, but there's still other 50 seconds to finish this, but this is going to execute before this second function, because this has some advantage of 50 seconds, so you need to stop this execution, because the cancel T is greater than this T value. So that's the reason you are going to have empty array. But if it's the opposite, like this is less than 100 milliseconds, you are going to have like this, the time is 56 seconds, and this is the return executing this operation here. This is 2, so that means 2 multiplied by 5, that's, yeah, so that's your answer of executing that function. So yeah, so the problem is just asking to stop that execution if the if the cancel T is probably greater than T. So in that case, Fn should never be called. So we are going to do that with this clear timeout. The clear timeout just is going to cancel this execution. Probably this is set in some event loop or static event.
Yeah, event loop, yeah.
Can I show the solution that I tried, and I think that should pass, but didn't pass, and I don't know why. So I tried to keep a timeout because I couldn't understand the passive, and kind of trying to make it work. So there you have it. So what I did here was, since you can't have the cancel T thing, I mean, it doesn't work because we know that it's a cascade, right? Like it's not really something you should pass. But what I did was, you have the function, the arguments, and the T. So I get all the arguments from the function. So all that's being passed. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4. You have 4 arguments, and get all the arguments. Cancel T is the last one, so I get the array, and then I get the last element. cancel log here, cancel T, that should return um, 50, 50, and 100, which is what's being passed here. So I'm not even passing anything. I'll just anyway. But I think, of course, I know why it doesn't work, but I'm a bit frustrated because I really want it to work. But anyway, the idea was I have a function called cancel then. It passes everything, including the cancel key, and return receives a function with a spread argument. And I thought it would be so much easier to just test T against cancel T and see, okay, if T is smaller than cancel T, we return an object, an array with an object containing T and the return object, time and return object. Otherwise, we return an empty array. And of course, there you go. We just return this whole thing that's going to run. But of course, the fact that there isn't a cancel T broke my code. But if you check the examples here, I think they're correct. 20, 10, that's an object inside an array. This is an empty array. And once again, it's an object inside an array. So 20, 10, 30, 8. I think if you go to the, yeah, it's like 20, 10, empty, and 30, and 8. So the test passed, but once I try it, of course, it just tells me, hey, that's not possible. Yeah, throw error function cancelable should return a function, which I thought cancel fn was, because if you do this type of cancel fn, let's see what kind of thing it is. Let's see if it's not a function. Turns out it is a function, and it's telling me it's not a function, which is frustrating.
You know what your code looks like. Your code looks like probably the code that is on the LeetCode servers that's testing our responses. Like, your code looks like the code that they're probably running to test our functions. Like you literally built the, yeah, you like literally built the test case, bro. Like, you built the test function that's like testing the code. Almost. It's almost there, yeah.
No, that's nice. I just wish it worked though. But of course, I can't with the cancel thing, because it's gonna change for every test case. It's just gonna put some whatever number they want, so I can't pass it. Yeah.
Yeah, let me share mine. There's something I just wanted to point out to everybody too.
Okay, I'm gonna stop sharing my screen
really quickly. So we have so I built just like function 1, function 2, function 3 with the test cases, same thing down here. Now, one thing I just want to point out is, looking at the problem, it says given a function, an array of arguments, and a timeout. So I know this function is taking 3 arguments. Return a cancel function. So I know I have to return this cancel function. And so before I even do anything, I could just write return cancel function, right? Like, I just need to return a function. And then after a delay of t, function should be called with args passed as parameters. After a delay of t, so the t that's passed in, function should be called with args. So just the thing that says after a delay, I'm like, oh, okay, set timeout. So it's telling me that I should call a function after a certain amount of time with the arguments that were passed in. So that right there is telling me that I'm calling this function with these arguments passed in after a certain amount of time. So that's literally what this code is doing, is replicating what they're saying here. And so I store that into, I'm not even going to talk about that yet. Right here, this is a function execution. So this is a function that's actually executing. when we call this cancelable function, and you say set timeout equals or set time, you call set timeout with this function passed into it, and then with this amount of time passed in as the second argument. Because if you go ahead and you just like straighten it out like this, you see that this is the first argument, this is the second argument. That's really what's happening here. And so
I actually know like set timeout and clear timeout because I've used it in React to clean side effects for use effect.
yeah.
Just that the cancel key thing threw me off.
Yeah. So when you get to when you call this set timeout, this set timeout is passed to a different area. The operating system is basically handling that. So instead of being in the event loop and clogging up the event loop, this is a timer where the event loop passes it to a queue to handle that set timeout, and it starts the timer. So if the timer is 50, then in 50, this set timeout is going to execute. But if I want to reference this set timeout that's stored somewhere else, I need this variable right here. If I didn't need to reference this, then I could have just done set timeout. But the only way for me to clear a timeout that has already been set is to create a variable. That way I could reference it later. And so I create this clear timeout. Now the difference between this set timeout and this right here is that once this function runs, cancelable runs, set timeout is being called right now. It's being called because it's just a function execution. This right here, this is a cancel function, but it's not being called. This is a function declaration. So we are declaring this to be called in the future, maybe, depending if this variable that they're using in their test suite happens before RT. So this will just be sitting in memory, waiting to be called, and then the only time that it's going to be cleared is if. So we're basically calling this, our function is calling this, and then we're handing this cancel function back to the program so that it has access to some functionality that could cancel this if something happens first.
Yeah, I was going to ask you if I can try to explain it in my own words to see if it makes sense.
Yeah, totally. Yeah.
So, line 14, you have a set timeout, which is asynchronous because you're using set timeout.
Yes.
And it's going to run after t milliseconds, which in example 1 will be 20. And then you have the second line there, line 16, which is the function, right? The cancel function, which
Yes.
basically clears whatever is being done in line 14.
Yes.
And I think maybe something I don't know if I'm wrong here, but the fact is, for this case, t is 20, and cancel t is 50. So if you didn't have the clear timeout, you would run more than once, right?
No.
You would run at least twice?
No. No.
Or no?
No. It would just run once after 20 milliseconds.
So it's not like React where if that keeps running, okay.
If set interval, that would happen.
Yeah, because I'm getting confused with React, because with React, when you have a set timeout, you have to clean function. Sorry, clean the effect, because otherwise it's going to trigger the use effect again. It's going to create set timeout inside of set timeout inside of set timeout. Oh yeah. Yeah, so basically it's just going to run once, doesn't matter. Okay.
Yep. Yeah. With set timeout, it'll run one time. With set interval, it'll run until you clear it.
Yeah, and the test is just going to return an empty array if t is bigger than cancel t.
Yeah, an empty array if if cancel t is lower than t. If cancel t happens first, then yes, empty array.
Yeah, that was very confusing to create a a condition where you would return an empty array. So, but yeah, the test is there. So yes, yeah, I guess I have to familiarize myself with this how tests work and how to know if I need parameter or not. Because if you look at the top of the screen, it just says three parameters: fn, args, t, and return function. So
Yeah, this right here, because it does say input, and then you get all these inputs. It's like, okay.
yeah, but if you go back to your VS Code and
Mhm.
copy paste it, right? Like the param minus one to 6, it shows what the params are, what type it is. Like there's obviously no cancel T there, which I missed.
Nah, there is no cancel to, yeah.
Yeah, so
Yep. Yeah, the params make it pretty clear exactly what's being input into the actual function here. And then, but I could also see how this was confusing because it says input here, and then there's 4 inputs, and then you have an output here. So based on the way that we do all the other problems, we look at the output and we try to recreate this right here, right?
that's what I did.
Yeah, exactly. Yep.
And it worked. But of course.
Yeah, you should be working at Elite Code, bro. Building test cases.
Yeah, I'm gonna do a ransomware, so they never have lead code tests again. Just kidding.
Yeah, this one was a little challenging. It was cool though.
Yeah, I'm gonna do the medium one. Like I'm gonna check the medium one with you guys, but then I gotta sleep after that because it's a bit late.
Nah, it's actually 10 right now. So what we're gonna do is, I don't know if anyone else has the medium. We'll save the medium for tomorrow. Yeah, we'll save the medium because we definitely don't have enough time to go over it in the next 3 minutes. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna post a new easy for tomorrow, and then I'm gonna repost the medium and the hards. So tomorrow we'll just try to get right to it, start sharing solutions on the easy. I will post a problem in the problems of the day channel early, probably like definitely before 10 a.m. and then just solve it before the meeting, and we'll come here and we'll just share some solutions. We'll go through the problems, make sure everybody understands it, and then share some solutions.
Okay.
Cool. Alrighty, thanks everyone for popping in. Does Liz and Matt didn't really say much. Do y'all want to chime in or say anything?
No, I was just kind of tinkering with it throughout, but I never solved it.
Okay.
I do have to familiarize myself with it. But time out.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I'm gonna choose a easy problem tomorrow. That's less, that's like language agnostic. So this one was like focused on JavaScript.
But Daniel, to make you feel better, I never saw any solution that used the cancel T, so.
Yeah, it's fine. Thank you. I'd appreciate Fernando explaining and Jim telling me that the solution was actually the test.
Yeah, you solved the problem. It just wasn't the right problem. you actually solved the harder problem. Yeah, that's funny. All right, cool. And Matthew, did you have any questions or anything?
I've been listening to everybody and looking over everything right now. I'm a very early beginner. I'm trying to learn the code and everything, like the word and everything. So I'm just here to listen and kind of like learn from it and then also test it out as well.
Cool. Well, welcome. We will see you again soon. Yeah, for sure. Appreciate you. Thanks for joining. Alrighty, I will see y'all tomorrow. Have a good night, everyone. Hope your kid feels better, Daniel.